audio, and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave.
What's up? It's Matt George.
What's good? It's Alan Stiles.
With the most trusted voices in the community.
This is Jason Ross.
Hey, it's Kayla Anderson.
It's Whitey Gleason.
Ready to help promote your business, both as partners and customers. All you have to do is ask. Pick up the phone, dial pound 250 and say, grow my business to get connected with a team member today. That's pound 250 and say, grow my business. Our team will review your product, quickly pair you with a perfect endorser, and create video and audio samples all at no cost or obligation to you. With the most live and local on-air lineup, a dynamic content-driven website, and a state-of-the-art mobile app, Sactown Sports 1140 is tailor-made to help you connect with a sports audience in Sacramento. So why wait? Dial pound 250 today. Say, grow my business, and let us help take you to the next level.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Emran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader. Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology.
This is the Drive, baby!
The Drive Guys, Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles. It's drive time with the Drive Guys.
And we're coming to you from the newly named Sac Shack here, our Sactown Sports Las Vegas headquarters, Alan. We just asked just before we went on the air, what are we going to name this place? And it was Chris Watkins.
Yeah.
Sac Shack. And Jay right away, everyone's like, yep, that's it.
That's
so
it.
welcome to the Sac Shack.
That's right. And, you know, we kicked things off with a bang yesterday, Whitey, as we were
Eventually we did.
Eventually it was, you know those fireworks that take a little bit to kind of explode.
Long fuse.
And you're waiting, and then it finally happens. That's exactly what happened. Yesterday, of course, we got stuck on the plane for 2.5 hours, something like that. Then we get off the plane, we get the rental car, we show up at halftime.
And we only needed to take 5 shuttles to get to
That's
the
right.
car.
That's right. Well, and the craziest part was after we get off the first shuttle, the guy says, hey, you need to get on another one. And I started laughing. I said, oh, haha, he's got a good sense of humor. He said, I'm not kidding. So we get on the second shuttle. But the reason it all worked out is because, when there's a party, right? You don't want to show up at a party. The party starts at 10. You're not going to show up at 9:58.
No.
That's what nerds do.
Stylishly late.
That's right. You're not going to show up even at 10.
Right.
So we showed up about 10:30, 10:45. Everybody chanting, shouting, 1140's here, 1140's here. Is that Whitey Gleason? So it all worked out. Unfortunately, the Kings didn't really show up late like we did. They didn't really show up at all.
Summer League is a time for overreaction. I thought the poster child of overreaction had an interesting night last night. Keaton Wagler, because I know he, coming into the game last night, his game followed the Kings game. We know that he'd struggled against the Kings, and people had been saying he doesn't look like he's ready. He looks like he's scared. And even in the first half of the game last night, Darren Peterson took his lunch money a time or two, and it looked like, wow, this guy's having a bad game. Then maybe he's not the guy they should have picked. What a terrible pick. Then by the end of the game, it was like, oh, man, told you how good he was. So in the space of about 20 minutes of game time, this one player went from, he's terrible to, ooh, yeah. So, it's really foolish to engage in the type of judgments that we've all been making. But that is part of the fun of Summer League.
Well, I think the reason you're bringing that up is because we're seeing some of that now with Darius Acuff.
There you go.
And he hasn't shot the ball well at all, right? Really at all this summer during Summer League. He's been accountable, which we appreciate, but at some point that accountability has to turn into productivity. And I know it's early, but that's just how fans are right now. After he said, I got to play better, I've been playing terrible, everyone says, myself included, this is so great to hear. But then when he plays bad again,
yeah,
it'd
be better if you didn't have to say it at all.
Exactly. And now everybody is doing. I saw someone last night. It was just random Kings fan on social media, and they said, I thought we said that the pick position doesn't matter. How does that feel now? And it's not that I am agreeing with them totally, but I always did say, Whitey, that I didn't feel comfortable with the idea of everyone just saying, you know what? And maybe some of it was copium because as fans, you're not watching the game. You can't control whether DeMar goes off for 35
Alan,
or
are you
not.
now anti the pick is the pick?
The pick is the pick, but I never wanted the pick to be the pick.
You wanted a better pick.
I wanted a better pick. Now, again, we don't have control over what the Kings were going to do and what they planned to do and what ultimately ended up happening. I know a lot of people keep saying, well, look at the Bulls who got number 4. They won more games. So, yeah, a bit of it is luck. And the Utah one is always going to burn, right? It's always going to burn. But I think the reason we were having these conversations is not about Darius Acuff. I think Darius Acuff is going to be a really good player. He could be the best player in the class. That is totally possible. Mm-hmm. But when you watch the top 4 and you watch everyone after that, and that is why we had these conversations, and that is why. And I know we're not in studio, so we can't play the drop.
Where are we, Alan?
At the Sack Shack.
That's right.
So we can't play the drop, but that is why I was #trade down for what if they dropped under the 5th pick. And you see Phylon and other guys going off. It's super early. It's Summer League. I'm just telling you that was why my philosophy was what it was.
As far as the criticism of Acuff, and there's always going to be criticism of every player at some point, but there were a lot of people all along who said, he's too small, he can't defend. So, in all fairness, I mean, some of those people now, it's been hard for them to say that when everyone's been so excited about him.
Yes.
Yeah, so now when he struggled, those people have the floor and they have the opportunity to say, well, I was never sure. Of course, we have so far to go. As Alan said, we all know this. It's too early to make any judgments. The thing that stands out to me, just trying not to get too influenced by the numbers per se, you watch Dybantsa and Darren Peterson. Dybantsa last night was amazing, right? His shooting numbers were not good.
Yeah.
But it just looks like there's an effortlessness to what they're doing. Mm-hmm. And for Acuff right now, to my eye, and I think it's because the Kings are asking him to do so much. I mean, he's really working hard, at least at one end. But, it's a struggle for him. Mm-hmm. And I think if and when the shot starts falling, I think that's going to make it all a lot easier for him. That's going to change the way it's not an earthquake. It's going to change the way the teams defend him, too, or are going to be able to defend him.
Right. He's getting blitzed. Okay, when you have Zach LaVine out there, when you have Keegan Murray out there, when you have Domantas Sabonis out there, I know Darius Acuff is the number 1 guy on this Summer League team. That's not going to be the case as in such a pure fashion as it is right now in Summer League, right? There are a lot of different battles going on where it's it's Keaton versus Darius Acuff or whoever, so we're hyper focusing on those things. He's gonna have more room to operate when he has other veteran NBA players around him, which he doesn't have right now. With all that being said, when those veteran NBA players are maybe ultimately on different teams and it's Acuff's team, that's what we're discussing, because you just see a difference, Whitey. I think it's the physicality. Caleb Wilson, and we're going to talk to Eric Musselman. I have a lot of good questions to ask.
Bottom of the hour coming up, yeah.
That's right, because Caleb Wilson saying, well, I didn't have to shoot. That wasn't my job at UNC. Essentially saying, I can shoot, but that's not what and we saw his head coach, right? We saw him, or former head coach, walking around too. Mm-hmm. So you see some of these guys and just the difference in physicality. That's more of what I'm looking at as far as the top 4 and then the rest of them. And that's what we were told. You know, I think we tried to talk ourselves into it, and we have to. Darius Acuff is on our team, and we hope that he's going to be incredible. But we had Kristen Peak on. We had every writer from No Ceilings on every show on this station tell us there's a 4, and then there's another 4, and then there's kind of everybody else. And that's just the truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the truth.
Yeah, he's just, if he has a superpower, I was talking with J. Ross about this morning. Above and beyond everything else, it's his shooting, and he just hasn't shot the ball well yet. So that's why it looks like, wow. That's why all the flaws, the things that, and a lot of these he's going to be able to address, that's why they stand out so much now, is he's not been able to do the thing that he does best. But speaking of the physicality, for what it's worth, we got to bed late last night, boo-hoo. I was up early, and Sack Shack was dark. I didn't know if anyone else was up. I think Frankie was up at the other end of the compound.
Yes.
Jay and I are in one wing, and then Alan and Brendan and Frankie and Chris are in an opposite wing.
Yeah, I don't really know how that happened, but no one else is sharing a room besides Brendan and myself. And I love Brendy. He's my guy.
Yeah.
But I'm just not
there he
really
goes.
sure.
Going swimming?
Yeah, he's got no shirt on. And I'm just not quite sure.
A lot of that going around.
I'm just not quite sure when those straws were drawn. I'm just.
I was there. It was all on the level.
I'll have to discuss with Richie and Frankie. I'm just. I missed
totally
that.
On the level.
Maybe I missed that meeting. Maybe I missed that.
I didn't send you the video of that?
No.
I thought I did.
No.
But I was going to say about the physicality. So I'm up pretty early, just kind of creeping around, trying not to wake people up. Then I hear footsteps, and it's Alan, and he goes out the door at, 7 o'clock in the morning for his run.
Yeah, I had to get my run in before it got too hot, and I'm not going to I don't know how many people saw my Instagram, but we had a nice dinner at a Mexican spot Sean Cunningham told us about. I had 6 tacos.
That place is great.
Yes.
I wish I knew the name of it for sure. I would probably mispronounce it, but we'll get it for you.
Yes. Yeah, I had 6 tacos, so I had to run them off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had to run them off.
You did pretty well in those 6 tacos, too.
They were very surprised that I finished all the tacos.
Jay tapped out.
I know. Yeah. Everybody else had.
Thank you. Lindo Michoacan?
Yes, Lindo Michoacan. Yes.
Lindo Michoacan.
Yes,
I believe.
And it was pretty packed.
Yeah. Leather menus.
You walk in, they're making the tortillas right in front of you, and I had 6 of them. They were thick, too.
Yeah.
They were thick.
I showed the menu to the server, and I said, this is the same stuff my zapatos are made of. And they really didn't.
No, they didn't laugh. But I appreciate the effort the same way I appreciated the effort from the Kings last night.
I saw it coming a mile away,
and it's
still smooth.
Yeah, it's still that's a
coming around the corner. Yep, here we go.
3.7. So where do you? I know Matt and Kayla asked us if Maxime Raynaud should keep playing. You really think, Whitey, 1 or 2 more games matters that much, or is this just a selfish thing that you want to see him play?
It's just that he had said initially, I probably will play the next 2 games. He played 1. And so if you're going to play 2 games, all right, let's just stick with that plan. I don't have a big problem if, I'm not going to argue with it. If he doesn't play, it's this or it's that. But I don't see the harm in, since he's here, with him playing another game. I don't know how many more games Acuff's going to play. Mm-hmm. If Acuff is maybe going to only play 1 or 2 more, then why not have him and Maxime play together? I know, well, he could be hurt. Well, if that's your overriding concern, you don't even have Summer League.
Right,
so.
right. Yeah, you wouldn't have sent them out there anyway. Is it flexible or dynamic at all if Acuff goes off for 30 next game?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, if he'd had,
good.
Like Dybantsa's probably done. Mm-hmm. Hit a nice game again last night. Acuff, I would hate to say, okay, you've done enough here when he hasn't played well.
Yeah.
But if he comes out, it's Wednesday, right, the next game?
It's Tuesday. They have a back-to-back Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay, yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday. If Tuesday he plays really well and they were to say, well, okay, we've seen enough, I think I'd be okay with that. But I hate to put a stop to it now.
No. And it's weird because the vibes were very high at Cali Classic, and, it's home cooking, so that's a little bit different.
He didn't really shoot the ball that well,
He had, game 2.
Yeah.
Game 2 was his game. But, you get out to Summer League, it's a different beast. You're playing guys like my man, Will Riley.
I tried to tell you, Alan.
I tried to tell you. You and Jay. Alan, what are you talking about, Will Riley? We were talking about something with the Wizards a couple weeks ago, and I said, dude, you got to watch this guy. Now, he's done. Now,
should be.
I believe it's Tyler Rucker of No Ceilings. I apologize if this is incorrect, but he has this running kind of bit that I for some reason just is very funny to me, where he every week, I think, or I guess every day, because it's, Summer League is only about a week and a half. Every day he will release new players that have graduated from Summer League that he thinks should be done. So I think I vaguely remember him maybe even putting Maxime on it last season. But I know for a fact that when he posts that today, Will Riley is at the top of that list, and probably Dybantsa too.
And maybe Maxime, right?
Yes,
maybe?
I would say. He probably would have told you Maxime shouldn't have been out there.
I know I've mentioned this many times here as we've been talking about Summer League, but I really appreciate the second years. There's even a third year or two out there.
Yeah, a couple.
But the second years that come in and play like they're annoyed for having to be there and take it out on the other team, like Dylan Cardwell, Will Riley, I just really admire that. Now, if a guy doesn't do that as a second year, that's okay. But the guys that do it, I feel like, all right, he's got the right mindset here.
Well, it's funny you brought up Dylan Cardwell because he's probably a guy they're going to have to make get off the floor, right? I mean, you probably could say that he's good, right? I know they're a little thin at center if Maxime and Dylan were to be done, but I don't know. It just gets to a point when you're watching it, Whitey, how much more is Dylan going to get out of it? But as I say that, I think, I remember him missing those couple putbacks, and he can keep working on his touch, I guess. Why not? So maybe he's not quite on that graduated list yet.
Yeah, to your point, some of this was forced upon the Kings roster-wise because of who's available. But I did think the two most interesting things to me about the game last night were putting Acuff aside, if that's allowed.
Nope.
Okay. Trying to overlook that. It was that we saw Emmanuel Sharp playing some point, and it was that we saw Maxime and Dylan playing together as much as we did. In fact, they were, for those of you who got there early enough to see the whole game, they both started, so they were in the lineup together.
Yeah. That's the glimpse of the future. That's the kind of positive spin on this, win or lose, and we don't know what the future holds. You're still seeing the next phase. Power Rangers, when they graduated from my OGs with Kimberly and Jason and Tommy and Zach. I think it was Brian too. When the next phase of Power Rangers came in, I had aged out at that point. But when they came in, a lot of people were excited for the next phase.
Why did they always fight at the park? They were always at the park fighting the...
It's safe that way. Okay. Everyone's out of the way. Hey, leave the park.
We're going to fight, but we'll go to the park.
Yeah.
All right, we'll meet you over there.
Yeah. Yeah, meet at the park.
Yeah.
Get it done at the park, And you're seeing... Look, now here's the thing. I didn't like the next phase of Power Rangers. I like the original.
What about the movie? Did you like?
Oh, I love the movie. When they jump out and they're skydiving.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I wanted to skydive so bad. One of them had a snowboard in the air. I don't really know why.
Was that the one that at the end they did that and was to Higher Ground? I think Red Hot Chili Peppers doing Higher Ground. It was really good.
No, that was to start it was to start the movie.
Oh, okay.
It was definitely to start. Trust me, I've seen it.
Yeah.
Enough times. But some people don't like the second phase of something or the second iteration of something, and I do think there will be some Kings fans that might not like this next iteration as much as maybe previous iterations of the Kings, but I don't think there's anyone that's going to dislike it more than the most recent iteration of the Kings, which is whatever we just watched last season.
Yeah, we were lucky enough last night to experience a phenomenon that it never ceases to surprise me, even though it makes sense. But, when you're out and about, sometimes you see somebody, you think, that person looks like so-and-so. But when you see a celebrity out,
Yeah.
It's like, that's him or that's her.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of that last night. You just turn around and, Patrick Ewing is standing there.
Right.
Yeah.
I saw Patrick Ewing. I actually have the video, but I didn't post it because I didn't really know the context to post it. But Patrick Ewing, I know some people saw the Boogie Cousins interview.
Yeah.
Patrick Ewing, I have a video of Patrick Ewing dapping up Boogie Cousins, and they chopped it up, talked for a little bit, and then went their separate ways. But yeah, people were everywhere. People were everywhere. So it's a who's who. I know a lot of people have already left because they do the Thursday and then they take off over the weekend. But there's still a lot of people out here and a lot of star power as well.
Yeah, and as terrific and as famous as those players are, their aura does not match that of, say, a Dybantsa when he walks by.
Right.
Yeah. Like after the game last night, we were listening to some Kings comments, and AJ Dybantsa walked by for his media availability with Washington, and it was like, and you could tell he was almost uncomfortable with it.
Yeah.
Just the focus of everyone's attention.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the types of, this is why those athlete podcasts and shows do so well because they just feel like they're more having a conversation than a media scrum with people pointing the mics in their faces. So I do think he has come off as very comfortable when it comes to media. I think a post-game media scrum is very specific, and you talk about just a lot going on and being overstimulated. That's probably similar to what's happening with him, because even though BYU cashed them out a good bit, I don't think their media space was anything like this. Even with the national, as the season went on, more national media coming to their games, still don't think it was quite like this. And this is just Summer League. This is not even the regular season yet.
So where are you personally with the Acuff narrative? Because we've covered all sides of it. We've said it's Summer League and you can't come to any conclusions, but you've also said, boy, they would sure be better off if they got in a top 4 pick.
Yeah.
All that is fair. But right now, as some people start to maybe lean into, I tried to tell you about this guy, where do you think it is?
Yeah, it's funny because Brendan, Chris, and myself, we were chatting last night just about, because Brendan and Chris they were always kind of hard on the idea of Darius Acuff and what he brings to the table. And when I kind of said what I said, and they said, hey, Alan, well, we always kind of knew where we were at. We always said where we were at. I don't know that I ever said where I was at with Darius Acuff when we were in the Uber kind of discussing it. And to be honest with you, Whitey, I just always have been a Darius Acuff optimist, right? I don't know. I was so distraught from dropping that I just hoped for the best. When I watch him, I do see flashes, but I couldn't tell you right now that he's going to be 25 points per game. I couldn't tell you that. I haven't seen that. Now, when Cooper Flagg was in Summer League, I probably could have told you that. Watching AJ Dybantsa, watching some of these other guys, I could probably have told you that. I haven't seen that yet from anybody outside the top 4. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. So as I remain a Darius Acuff optimist, it would be nice to see a game closer to that second game at the Cali Classic. It would be nice. It's not a disaster. It's not a red alert. It's not a red flag if we don't, but it would be nice to see him. It should look like for top picks, especially this season or this draft, how many times has it looked like Darius Acuff doesn't belong there, right? And that's not just him. That's all of these picks. How many times has it looked like he doesn't belong there? I feel like in game 2, kind of looked like maybe he didn't belong there, but that was one game. So it would be nice to see another game where he seems in total control and, man amongst boys type deal.
Yeah, there have been some great players who started Summer League with some really bad shooting performances.
Yes.
I mean, like Wemby, Jalen Brunson, you can go back and look it up. I think a bigger story for the Kings than Acuff so far, and I say that because I'm assuming that he is going to find it at some point. If he doesn't, of course, then you've got a big issue. But right now, I don't think it's anything to worry about. But I think the way the Kings, through the play of guys, well, not guys like, but specifically Mobo and Emmanuel Sharp, they do seem to be starting to assert themselves as we're going to be one of those teams that's no fun to play. They've got a long ways to go to get to that point. Because, if you're not a good enough team, you can be tough, but if you're losing by 20, teams don't really care. But I've seen strides in that area, and those guys really embody that just about as much as anybody.
Yeah, the other part of it, too, when it comes to the new draft picks, seeing Emmanuel Sharp handle the ball a little bit.
Yeah, that really stood out to me.
And it's one of those things where, hey, he didn't handle the ball at Houston. Well, they had Kingston Flemings, who is you could NBA 2K build a point guard. It would be very similar to Kingston Flemings. So maybe he can spread his wings a little bit. And it's
Alan, it's kind of like your Caleb Wilson comment.
Yes, he didn't have to.
Yeah.
He didn't have to. So he's not going to be CP3, but just get the ball up the court, initiate the offense, find the open man, especially if he's playing with somebody like Domantas Sabonis. That makes things easier. With all that being said, Whitey, I think this backup point guard conversation as far as getting someone on the open market, Scott might be, hey, just like me, Whitey, last night, hey, no roulette, no nothing. It was a long week. I kept that cash in my pocket, and I think that Scott Perry might just keep that cash in his pocket. And just say, we have enough point guard play. We can figure it out.
I know throughout the history of basketball, teams have always been trying to make off guards into point guards. But that does seem to be something that Scott Perry has a special keen interest in, because we saw it with, they're doing that with Neek, and I know they're doing that because he's shown he can do it. They did it with Devin Carter. It didn't work out, and now it looks like something they're doing with Emmanuel Sharp. I know on the one hand, it's just common sense basketball, but it seems to me it's something that Scott Perry thinks is really something that should be emphasized.
Speaking of, we did run in, well, we didn't say what's up, but we saw Devin Carter last night. So it was just funny to see him, obviously, no longer.
Somebody saw Monty, too.
I saw Monty. I said, what's up to Monty?
Oh, okay.
I said, what's up to Monty? It was him and his son. And I looked at him, and he looked at me, and I think it took him a second because it's been a while. And I just said, hi, how you been? Okay. All right. All right. Stay blessed,
Alan has been doing his outstanding interviews, just started last night. Concourse, what is it called? I'm sorry.
Concourse Quest.
Concourse Quest, yes. Of course, yes. Thank you. And I was hoping, he's talking to Kings fans. I was hoping he'd get Monty on there and just not say it was Monty, but I guess he wasn't up there.
Yeah, I think we played it correctly. Hey, good to see you.
Uh-huh.
Take care. Have a good rest of the year.
Games are going on now as we speak.
They are. And, a lot of different standouts that we've seen so far. When we talk to Kristen Peak, I know she's always talking to people and running from tournament to tournament, but I want to find out if she's seen anybody that surprised her a little bit. This second round conversation, Whitey, is huge. By the way.
Yeah?
Oh, my goodness. We have not. Now, hold on now.
Uh-huh.
We have not had a show. And I didn't write this down. I almost forgot. Besides when I sent it to you and Jay. We haven't had a show. And this isn't the Alan should join a front office at some point show.
It's definitely not.
I really like my job.
That show is
I work with great people.
Not happening.
Tyler Nickel. I tried to tell you. I tried to tell Jay. That dude is ridiculous right now. Mm-hmm. They're calling him, Whitey, they're calling him the best shooter in the draft. In the draft.
Uh-huh.
He went to your New York Knicks with Mike Brown. And I tried to tell y'all. I tried. I watched, and I think it was on Friday. So we went home, and I said, I don't know if he had 6 threes or whatever. I said, I know that's not Tyler Nickel.
That's right. You also were very excited about Caleb Wilson.
Yeah.
Weren't you?
Yeah, I'm a Caleb Wilson guy.
Yeah, didn't you send texts because you saw him oh my goodness?
Well, I was just letting you guys no. That was more so about the top 4 looks ridiculous.
Okay.
That was more so about
the top 4. You're right. Yes, that's verified. He did let us know about Tyler Twin Nichols.
Yes. And with the new CBA and all the different rules, I said this last year, Whitey, but it really does feel like the second rounders are way more important than they used to be. And that comes back to some of these trades, especially if you're at the top of the second round. Mm-hmm. What's happening is now the top of the second round is going to feel as if, well, technically you got a late first rounder. The difference between the 23rd pick, right, and the first 5 or even 7 in the second round, that talent is all basically it's another version of, hey, 4 of these guys are going to be good, and they could be from the 23rd, they could be from the 43rd, whatever it is. So you're seeing a lot of that. I know I brought up Tyler Nickel, but you're seeing a lot of that as we kind of continue on in this new CBA world. And I think it's really fun to watch and see guys that maybe, back in the day, not a throwaway, but people didn't even pay attention to the second round. And now you have to, we're doing mocks on the second round because it's so incredibly important.
Should we be worried even a tiny little bit yet about Alex Caravan? A little bit?
No, there's a video going around, and we'll talk about it on the. I know we got a guest coming up, so I'll tell you right now. The video going around is saying, "Find my guy Caravan. He's open. Find him." We looking. He's right there.
Gotcha.
So I'm not worried about him yet. Get him some looks.
Yeah. One of the many basketball luminaries who was here at Summer League is former Kings coach and coach, of course, of the men's team at USC, Eric Musselman. And Emos joins us next. It's the Drive Guys. Where? From the Sack Shack in Vegas on Sactown Sports.
The
top young talent is on display at NBA Summer League, and Sactown Sports has boots on the ground. Join Jason Ross, Whitey Gleason, and Alan Stiles as they broadcast live from Las Vegas, presented by Power Business Technology. And stay locked into SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports YouTube channel for the latest on every game, every practice, and all things Kings this summer. Power Business Technology, copiers and printers for your office needs.
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer, and Associates.
When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust.
Along with my partner and associates, I have been helping accident survivors recover for their injuries for over 25 years.
And we can help you. There's no charge for calling, so please call us today.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older? And you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Yes, it's the Drive Guys coming to you from the Sack Shack in Las Vegas, and we've got a very special guest, nice enough to join us. Alan, I wore this shirt today in his honor, my old ABA San Diego sales shirt, because he and his dad, of course, used to be involved there. His dad used to coach the sales. He's, of course, the USC men's basketball coach, former Kings head coach, Eric Musselman. Coach, how are you today?
I'm doing great. What a legendary San Diego sales shirt. There's not many of those floating around.
I try to bust it out on those rare and auspicious occasions when we have you on. So thank you so much for your time. What do you make of Darius Acuff and how his game is probably going to translate once he works out some of the kinks here in Summer League to the NBA?
Well, I watched so many of the Arkansas games just because, having been there before Coach Cal got there. And, Acuff is he's such a special, talented player. When you look at, what he does from an offensive standpoint, his ability to create shots when the shot clock is winding down. He's got great creativity off the bounce. Defensively, so much was asked of him at Arkansas that I think from a defensive standpoint, he's going to get better. He's going to be able to create steals defensively. And then, even Caravan, like we played against him, when he was at UConn, and that guy's like as good of a role player doing little things that maybe the average fan wouldn't notice. So 2 great pickups.
Coach, you mentioned Darius Acuff and how much he had to do offensively. We've heard this a couple times now. Maxime Raynaud at Stanford, his coach saying, hey, we didn't want him in foul trouble. And now with Darius Acuff, hey, how important he is offensively. How much truth is there to that with coaches in the college ranks saying, hey, this guy is so important to us because of X, Y, or Z. We're okay with you maybe, for lack of a better term, taking plays off or you saving your energy for other things, I should say.
Well, I know Caravan didn't hear that. I know Coach Hurley, they're all playing D, that's for sure. But I do think when you have a special offensive player, there's times no different than the NBA where you got to try to protect the player. Where you got to make sure that he's on the floor for you. And then there's just from an energy standpoint, like how much energy, do you need a guy to exert on both sides of the ball? I think those are the decisions, whether it's, coaching in the NBA or coaching in college, that you have to make depending on who your team is. And then it also depends on who the backup is and then how much of a drop-off there is. So I think all those things have to, they're part of your X and O, they're part of your scheme, they're part of your roster management. When you're talking about how to deal with the 40-minute game, obviously in the NBA it's different with the 48, but certainly you want to try to protect your best players so you have them on the floor as long as you possibly can.
That's Eric Musselman, of course, nice enough to join us here. Drive Guys coming to you from Vegas. Coach, you've been in the NBA, or were in the NBA before you got back into college for so long. Did you see this coming, the growth of Summer League? How much has it changed since you first got involved in it? And did you anticipate that? Did you see that coming?
Well, this kind of shows my age, but, I remember the Summer League being at LMU, and I would go to a game, and the Lakers Summer League team would play, and you would have no idea if maybe Magic Johnson would just pop in and play a game or two. Because that's really what happened. A lot of the guys that were playing in the NBA that were established veterans, those guys would just put on a Summer League uniform at any moment because they might just be living here in the summer. And it's evolved so much to the point that, and the guy that started it was a guy named Larry Krieger. He actually started the Pro Summer League. And now, obviously, Warren Legary and Albert Hall do it. But I don't think anybody could have ever anticipated that it would go from LMU to Long Beach State to these kind of satellite, like the Warriors have their thing with Sacramento, the 4-team, the group that goes to Utah. But what's happened in Vegas, anybody could have ever imagined that it would hit the level that it is right now.
Coach, we were just talking about second-round picks and how they're becoming more important because of all the different rules in the NBA, the CBA, and second rounders are changing a little bit because of the NIL. A lot of kids and players going back to school. Do you feel like the NIL has strengthened college basketball with guys that maybe would have stayed in the draft coming back to school and getting another year?
I mean, this is like so much has changed in this landscape. Like, 4 or 5 years ago, and this young man played for the Kings, but Mason Jones, he went undrafted and still left college early. Adish Toney was a guy that left us early in Arkansas and ended up playing in the G League. So guys were leaving early to play even in the G League. Now, you got guys that are draft picks that are staying. So I don't really, I think if you're ready for the NBA, you should go when you're ready, and I don't think you should stick around college just because of name, image, and likeness. If you want to stick around college, it should be to improve your game, and then also because you want to get the education. But, you look at the top end of the draft, it's always going to be younger players because of upside. It's just, if a guy plays his freshman year and then he goes pro, for the guys like Braden Burries and the Acuffs, like those guys are making the right decision to start their pro career, and then they're going to get to their second contracts quicker as well.
That's Eric Musselman. Nice enough to join us, Coach. You become, at the college level, a master of reinventing programs. That's obviously what Scott Perry's trying to do here with the Kings. What makes it so tricky at the NBA level?
Well, I think, at the NBA level with the cap, you've got to get lucky with the draft pick. You got to find the right free agents, and then chemistry, always becomes important. The one great thing about Sacramento is the fan base is always so phenomenal. Whatever a team's record is, the fans come out and support. They got a great arena now. So now there is a little bit of luck involved. Like, the Warriors, you get Steph Curry and then his career turns out like it has. I don't know, you can't foresight something like that. So luck, coaching, management, ownership, all factor into, winning programs or winning organizations.
Coach Caleb Wilson recently, he went crazy from three, and he was asked about his shooting, and he said, hey, that wasn't my job in college. That wasn't my job to shoot. And we've seen it with other players that have come up through the G League and in the draft. They have specific skills that they're good at. They may have been in in college for a couple years, maybe just one, maybe three, maybe four. How do you balance winning games, wanting to win games, and developing players maybe for the next level or just while they're in your program?
Yeah, I mean, we probably take a little bit different approach, and I'll use some examples. Like Anthony Black was really not a true point guard, but during the recruiting process, the reason Anthony came to, Arkansas was because we told his mom and his inner circle, and we told AB that we were going to play him at the point. And he had a learning curve. We might have lost a game early in the season, letting him learn that position on the fly. And Moses Moody, when he came, we told him, like, hey, we think you're going to lead our team in scoring, even though we have some older guys. You're a freshman. So I think when you have these one-and-done type talents, like, you're going to have to let them explore their game. You're going to have to let them do some things that might not be their strength, but that's the only way to improve. Obviously you're trying to win every night, but you do kind of have to have a GM hat on when you're in college. You can't just have a coaching hat and only do what it takes to win on that given night, because a lot of these younger players, especially the one and dones, those guys are going to get a lot better in December and January than they are in November. And then you hope by March that those young freshmen can lead you to NCAA tournament wins. And we saw that at Arkansas with Nick Smith, Jordan Wall, 3 one-and-dones. And early on, took some lumps and took some steps back.
Coach, we very much appreciate your time. One more real quick one, if I could. We need your expertise because as fans, we watch Summer League. Of course, we get bogged down in how many points somebody scored. What do you look for? Maybe it's one of your players in Summer League. What are you looking at? What are you looking for? What should fans really pay attention to in Summer League rather than just get so carried away with how many points somebody scored?
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple things in Summer League. Number one, there's way too much reaction on a good game or a bad game. Summer League is about learning. Summer League is about getting your feet wet. It's about gaining experience. So you can't overreact to how a player plays in 5 Summer League games. It's the totality of gaining the experience in July and then kind of figuring out off those 5 games, what do I have to improve in August, September, and October before you play your first regular season game, right around Halloween. Can you make a jump? Can you make an improvement? And then also these young players are learning new systems, learning new coaching staffs. But we always tell our guys, like, hey, look, if you're on a Summer League team and you're not a lottery pick, you've got to figure out how you can fit in to the main team when all the veterans come. And it's about doing the little things, setting screens, executing, gaining position, ball, long rebounds.
Yep, we've lost Coach Musselman. Thank you to Coach Eric Musselman. We appreciate his time very much. And week back. Yeah, thank you, Coach. We appreciate your time. Go San Diego Sales, and we'll see you out at the Thomas and Mack.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
All right,
Thanks,
it
Coach.
easy, Coach Eric Musselman. When we come back, we'll tell you why everyone at Summer League is talking about one crazy contract in particular. That's next from the Sack Shack on Sactown Sports.
The Kings kicked off NBA Summer League with a win, but couldn't keep pace with the Washington Wizards in Game 2 with a doubleheader against the Nets and Celtics on deck. Who will step up to help get things back on track?
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Skeeter here, my card. Field Tech, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District. I never met a Culex terrasalis I didn't want to smack. That's Latin for mosquito. Hey, it's time again to fight the bite. Time to protect yourself from West Nile virus by applying insect repellent. Once a week, drain stagnant water and report dirty green swimming pools. Ew. They're breeding grounds.
The Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you it's time to fight the bite.
My card never gets old.
For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Folsom Chevy's making it very easy to get into a new truck. 0% financing for 5 years. No payments for 90 days on all new Silverado half-ton trucks in stock sold in July. Get details at folsomchevy.com or swing by the Folsom Auto Mall.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
When your round is going bad, it seems like nothing works. So the So-So Golfer offers 6 tips to save the bad round. First, forget about working on swing mechanics. That creates headworms. Second, tee off with what's working. If your driver isn't working, use a club that does. A 7-iron in the fairway is better than a lost ball. Third, play shots you know how to play. If your second shot looks like a big fade around a tree in the fairway and you just never practice that shot, leave it alone. Take your medicine and hit it back in the fairway. Don't overcomplicate the task at hand. If a simple bump and run will get your ball to the flag, don't try a flop shot that might only catch your buddy in the teeth. And don't give up. It's okay to get upset after a bad shot, but Tiger Woods gives himself 10 paces to vent and then it's done. Good advice there. And most of all, have fun. It's a game. Remember, you'll have lots of time on the range to work out all those shot frustrations you find on the course. Smile, tip your hat, and get on to the next shot. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Thank you for being with us. Thanks to Coach Musselman for joining us here. Drive Guys coming to you from the Sack Shack. I just want to thank pretty much everybody here on staff who's here and back at the station for piling on me about, why did you ask Musselman another question? I'm hearing it from all corners here, Alan. I know it didn't work out. I wanted to get his answer. I thought, you know what? It's Musselman. We can go another question. Didn't work out, but sometimes,
You went for it.
Yeah.
You went for it because it was a little dicey, and I saw the clock, and I saw Chris give a hand motion.
I know. Somebody moved the chair in the way of the clock.
Chris gave a hand motion, and then I said, okay, we've been doing the show long enough. Okay, Whitey's going to wrap up. Hey, Coach, one more. Oh, no,
I went back in. I went back in and was
too greedy.
Got my nose needlessly bloodied.
Yep, too greedy.
But I'll tell you what, Eric Musselman, he's invited to come here, of course. He would fit right in here. Do you know why?
Why?
Because he's famous for when they win for taking his shirt off.
Oh, that's true.
And it's everybody around here. Yeah, Alan started the old shirtless club.
That's right.
Woohoo!
That's right. At 7 a.m. That's when it starts. It is mandatory, Whitey, and you will be a part of it sooner rather than later. How did you feel doing your first hit at the pool?
Oh, it was great with Chris. Yeah. Poolside with Whitey. Yeah, I think increasingly we'll get closer to actually being in the pool. Mm-hmm. Haven't been in yet. I know I saw you in there.
Yes.
It's very inviting, so hopefully after we're done today, I'll be diving in there, and we're going to have fun with that all week long. And I love your idea of going to get, footballs and Frisbees?
Yeah. There's a sporting goods store about 3 miles away. I asked the guys to get it, and they didn't respond. So, I got to – if you want something done, you got to do it yourself.
Well, they were going to get food. And
I know, food. But they're already out.
Yeah.
So, and, Frankie says, oh, we're almost home. Well, turn around. You're already out. I don't. We'll get it figured out, though.
Right.
We'll get it figured out.
Right.
Shout out to Coach Musselman. I don't know if he was leaving practice or wherever he was, so we appreciate him taking the time. Whitey, the big thing that he said that was kind of fascinating to me is he all but confirmed what we've been hearing, and it's never that coaches would tell something that isn't true, but just the framing and the spin of something. Obviously, they want their players to look good and to sound good, but there is a reality where whether it's Maxime Raynaud or Darius Acuff, they were told, hey, we need you on the floor. Mm-hmm. So in order for you to be on the floor, If you need, do not, maybe it's, don't take unnecessary risks. It's never, and it's funny, he said, Dan Hurley ain't saying that. But maybe some of these other coaches are saying that. So I thought that was good stuff.
You know, one other thing I noticed is that for some reason, you're higher than me now. And when we were talking to Coach Musselman, we were pretty much even, and now I'm looking up at you.
Well, because now I have back problems, so I had to get a different chair.
Oh, okay.
I had to get a different chair.
Jay, I'm looking up at him.
Chris, I was stretching on the floor during the break, and Chris looked at me as if, what is wrong with you?
Yeah.
But I feel great now. I'm ready. I could do 10 more hours sitting like
that.
This.
It was interesting. It was Eric Musselman interviewed by Whitey and Quasimodo. Well, Coach.
Hey, Coach, when Darius
Acuff mad.
Oh, man.
Yeah. One of the things people are talking about here, Alan, at Summer League is this crazy contract that went to Gary Trent Jr.
Yeah.
Gary Trent Jr., who, he signed a 1 year with them, and he wasn't very good, so the Bucks turned around and gave him $64 million over 4, and people are going, wait, what?
Yeah.
Some people are saying, as a capologist, I think this personally, that perhaps some cap circumvention is going on.
Yeah, people are saying it seems a little Ozark season 2. That's what people are saying are going on, and Jason Bateman might be working for the Bucks, whatever they got going. We were talking to Jay, and Jay was saying there are a lot of those deals that have caveats in them. Some of the caveats are in the contract, some of the caveats are handshake agreements, a lot of different things that can go on. So clearly, I guess the overarching theory is that there was a handshake agreement. Hey, you take this minimum and we'll help you out next year.
You take this minimum, we'll fit you in with Giannis. It'll be great.
Right.
Then we'll give you a big contract down the road.
Which is interesting because I'm thinking here, to turn it back to Zach LaVine, you'd have to, whether this stuff is in writing or not, you'd have to really trust the team to stick with that, because if they aren't in writing, and I know you don't want to burn a bridge and agents matter, but you could, if there was, hey, Zach, we can't give you this, but you come with us, if he were to have opted out.
Are you suggesting the Kings would have been better off engaging in cap circumvention?
No, not the Kings. I'm saying a team that was interested in Zach. Hey, if you opt out, we'll give you about 20, but then next year we'll take care of you because we really like you. Now, it's a little bit different because Gary Trent didn't have $50 million staring at him already. He was just, we don't know what that looked like for 1 year. I know he didn't have that last year when he took the minimum. So it's a little bit different, but I'm just looking at other ways where maybe a team could see that and kind of work some things around. Maybe it's a Malik Monk next season when he has a player option. So, yeah, a lot of people were just flabbergasted when they saw that when they saw that contract, and I was too. And I'm sure a lot of people, their kids had said, "Hey, Dad, I don't think I want to play," and then they saw, "All right, fine, you're 10 years old, we're finally giving up." Then you see Gary Trent, you know what? Why don't we get back out there and just
let's go to the sporting goods store now and get a new basketball.
Maybe you're left-handed. Let's try that out. So it was a pretty random for him to get that type of cash.
Yeah, apparently at Summer League there's a bunch of NBA people, and maybe you were in the line, and their phones lit up all at the same time when the news came in, and they were all going, "What?
That's
what?
Right.
Did you see this? What?"
Yeah. Because when you're here, you have your credentials, right? And the credentials say if you're media or agent. So naturally, me, Whitey, I'm looking around at people with the agent, if they have agent on their credential, and I introduce myself, hello. Now, some of them, you got to be careful. Some of them are interns. They're trying to become agents. I can't really, no disrespect, waste my time with
Sometimes
them.
it says agent and there's an asterisk.
But I get caught because I introduce myself and they're like, "Yeah, I'm still in school." And, oh man, I'm getting a call. I got to get out of here.
So that's one of your primary objectives here this week, right, is to make new connections.
Yeah, this is a conference
contacts.
And I love a good conference.
Yes.
This
is the NBA's summer conference.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. And I think so far.
Now, see, I keep feeling like I got to sit up.
We look the same, Whitey. It's fine. I got to keep my back straight.
Right. Well, I do too.
I keep my spine, But it's it's been kind of a weird start. I don't know. I guess a optimistic start for the Kings, but not crushing it. And you know what's funny?
That was their first loss.
No, I know. But even the Cali Classic stuff is just a little bit different. But I would say this: looking at the difference between this season and last season, I believe most Kings fans would prefer this season versus, we look so good. And not that they look bad. Don't get me wrong. They only lost one game. But, we're going to go to the Summer League Championship. I know it's kind of a running joke. I think most fans would prefer, look, it looks a little bit clunky, but you know what that means? That means we have players under 25 years old playing. Mm-hmm. So that's a good thing. So I do think a lot of Kings fans, the ones that we've talked to, and you'll see them on social media. Ben and Daniel. Shout out Ben and Daniel. We were supposed to give them a shout out. Sacramento Kings fans living in Utah now, so shout out Ben and Daniel. But, guys like that are excited.
What about their buddy in the Dybantsa jersey?
I didn't get his name. Oh. He said, I just like Dybantsa. They went to BYU. But we dapped him up. We took a picture with them. And your friend, Ben Daniel, and your friend from BYU. So shout out to all three of you. But I think Kings fans, just like them, are more excited to watch them stumble a little bit because that means that you're playing young players and you're building something new.
Okay, that's one way to look at it, I think. Yeah.
It's the way. It is the way to look at it.
Mean things about players that are 24 and older, by the way. When you watch the games, I'm not going to mention any names, but wow.
No, that's not true. Wow. That is not true.
What is true is that Jason Thompson, Sacramento Kings legend, joins us next. It's the Drive Guys from the Sack Shack in Vegas on Sactown Sports.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. As many of you know, my song Winning Streak is about my own personal struggles with addiction. I first sought help for my addiction at 14 years old. Start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at ChooseChangeCA.org. The real you is worth recovering. Choose Change California provides access to proven treatment options for addiction to opioids and stimulants. ChooseChangeCA.org. This is your chance to recover your life.
Country in the Park 2, presented by your California Army National Guard, October 23rd at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Russell Dickerson, plus more. Enjoy line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bull, and food trucks. Tickets start at just $70. Country in the Park 2, October 23rd at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra, the California Office of Traffic Safety, and Caltrans. More info at CITPFest.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and yeah, I've been on the air here just shy of 25 years, and you guys know that when I endorse something, I have a few very important things. Number one, I love it when they're local. Number two, I have to be willing to use them myself. This is where Pest Pros came in, or comes in, I should say, because I've known these guys as Kings fans a long, long time. I also have a mouse problem at my house. I also have a cockroach problem at my house. And I did it the old-fashioned way. Went through Facebook, got a hold of these guys. We became friends. And when I found out what Pest Pros does in the community, I thought, I've got to have you guys on the air. We've got to partner. Locally owned, locally operated. Their kids go to school with your kids. You're going to get pest control somewhere. Get it with Pest Pros. Here's how you get a hold of them. PestProsPS.com or call them at 916-588-9345. That's 916-588-9345 and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports, 1140, your local sports leader.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Coming to you from Summer League. It was great last night. Summer League. I know the Kings ended up suffering their first loss of the Summer League, but just seeing all the celebrities hanging around last night in the concourse, then downstairs, Alan, once we were able to make our way past the commissioner, that is.
Yeah, I did not expect to see him, and just a huge crowd was created immediately, and it was as the game was ending, so we were trying to go check out post game and talk to the players and the coaches, and it was a little hard to do it. So it was funny that he showed up right as we were trying to snake through, and security came up out of nowhere. It was pretty cool, though. It was pretty cool.
And one of the gentlemen we saw downstairs is nice enough to join us now. All-time Sacramento Kings leader in games played. We welcome back to the Drive, guys, Jason Thompson. Jason, how are you today?
What's going on, guys? All is well. All is well.
Great. We appreciate your time very much. How would you say, going back to, let's see, you were in the league 2008, 2015, that is, you were with the Kings during that period. How has Summer League changed the most during that time for you?
Man. I mean, I remember telling people that, I was with the Kings when the Maloofs were the owners. So, when I got drafted, we took the charter over there, not too far of a flight. And then they gave me the key. Obviously we were staying at the Palms. So when we stayed at the Palms, I'm looking at my room like, okay, I'm going to have a king size bed. I'll be all right. I opened the door, and it was the real world room with the court, in the 4 or 5 bedrooms. So I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be good for the week. I'm gonna be able to get some extra shots up, some good rest. And I just remember a funny where I FaceTime my friends, and I was like, all you guys got to do is get a flight, because you got somewhere to stay. And they all pulled up to watch my first game as a King.
That must have been hard to leave that room.
Yeah, I mean, straight to the game, get some dubs, and came right back.
Jason, the game last night, obviously assistant coach for the Capital City Go-Go. The game last night, what did you see? Obviously, Dybantsa is, just he's a man. He's a man's man, and he had one play yesterday, Jason. It was, as the kids say, one of the toughest layups I've seen. He just muscling dudes, but still had finesse. What have you seen from him so far? And then, of course, we'll get into some of the Kings picks as well.
Yeah, he's been great to be around. We've had our whole team kind of being around him ever since he's been drafted, from Trae Young to Anthony Davis. So I think that helps out a lot. A guy that, being the number 1 pick, you have a lot of things on your shoulders. But, as much as you probably see him on the interviews and stuff like that, I feel like we're all in our lives, we have some type of ego. But it's a guy that is very humble and very coachable. And it's been translated in these past couple of games. So he's fun to be around. He kind of seems like he's not as young as you think. And I just think sky's the limit for him. I told him before the game, like I said, with y'all, I was like, I need another highlight. He had a highlight in the first game. But if I correct me if I'm wrong or saying his last name right. It's a Cardwell. He went by one of your guys. Yeah. Cardwell came out of nowhere with the block, but if he gets that and Cardwell's not there, that's another highlight. So he's been on pace with one highlight each game.
Yeah, Jason Thompson, nice enough to join us. I know that you're obviously focused on your team and your guys, but you having been a young King big, I wanted to ask you what you thought last night of Maxime Raynaud and Dylan Cardwell, the current Kings young bigs.
Yeah, I think it's been good. I think that a bunch of the rhythm comes with maybe the guard play as well. But I think that with them being a physical team, both of them started. So it's a big type of lineup, and I'm sure with our season we'll have that as well with Alex and AD. So I feel like the game is kind of going back to what it used to be with those bigs, where it was Evan Mobley and Jared Allen as well. So it was kind of good to see them do well for you guys. You guys have been on a roll. And like I said, physical presence, and just knew that they had to kind of keep them off the glass for second chance points. And they were just, they've been really dominant in the paint, and then they're showing their versatility throughout the game as well.
All right, Jason, you would know better than anyone how passionate this Kings fan base is. And, of course, the Wizards, along with the Kings, everybody was in the mix for that first pick. So I'm sure you were keeping an eye on all of the draft prospects, including Darius Acuff. Hasn't shot the ball very well this summer so far. So, I mean, you got to look at our text line, Jason, the call line. Acuff, what's wrong with Acuff? What have you seen from Acuff so far? And can you help the Kings fans feel better about the 7th overall pick?
Yeah, I just think it's tough. He's kind of the face, or maybe not kind of, he is the face of the franchise, when you're picked that high. It goes along the De'Aaron Foxes of the worlds and the Halliburtons. So you're going to get that. And, I think when they were in Summer League, they were talked about as well. So, I think that there is pressure that comes with being picked that high. I think that, once he gets into a rhythm and the game slows down for him, when you're a guard, you're going to have times where you're blitzed and, you may have more physical players. And sometimes the transition is not as easy. So, for him, he'll have that was how many games? It's a couple games, but he'll be able to go back, watch the film, know how guys are guarding him. So that's why you have Summer League. So you're not in the first game and, in Sacramento or on the road, and you have to go do these things, right? So, if he played well every game and then didn't play well the opening night, then you'll be having the same type of calls and texts. So I think that, it's good to get the kinks out now so that he can be able to adjust when the popcorn's popping on opening night.
Yeah, Jason Thompson, nice enough to join us. You said something that I thought was really interesting about these Kings. You called them a physical team now, and I know, as you know better than we know, this is only Summer League, but it is something that they're trying to reestablish. They're trying to establish that culture and that identity as a tougher team. Do you feel like, based on some of the new players they're bringing in and the current roster, that they're starting to make some progress, some strides in that direction?
Well, yeah, I think you kind of just got to look at how the NBA Finals is, right? You go over the years where, you have the OKCs and you have the San Antonio Spurs where they're trying to pack the paint. So you need, dominant bigs. And then, it's a high volume three-pointing shooting league. But like I said, if you really, it's very interesting with points in the paint. So a lot of teams are trying to pack the paint, be in shifts. And then if you can contest a lot of threes, then you'll kind of live with that and then try and play in transition. So I think that if you can control the glass, trying to avoid second chance points by your opposition, not turn the ball over and good shots, you'll be able to be in every game. So I think that, like I said, it's good for you guys to kind of, be physical there, dominate the paint, dominate the boards, and let everything else handle itself.
He is such a coach now.
Oh, yeah.
Coach speak.
Oh, yeah. Sounds just like it. Jason, we're watching some of these dudes have crazy games, right? Obviously, it was supposed to be a good draft class, but we're watching some of these dudes have crazy games, and you see a lot of people overreact because a second rounder had 6 threes and they're doing their thing. And when I talk about a lot of people, Jason, I'm talking about myself as well. And I just wanted to talk to you and lay out kind of the difference in levels between Summer League, G League, and the NBA. We have a lot of people that will call in, text in, that passionate fan base. Hey, why can't so-and-so get in? He's been balling in Stockton. And just the biggest difference between those levels that maybe we can't tell when we are just kind of casually watching at Summer League.
Yeah, I mean, there are levels of things. There's always that excitement, especially for the first or 2 or 3 games. I mean, when I played in 2008, they didn't have Summer League playoffs, and you have a championship, you have an MVP. So there are some stakes that get involved. And then at times when you're trying to play for that, then you're able to play rotations and guys can play all the minutes. But usually now with the top picks, they're usually going to play 2, maybe 3 games. So you kind of just want to get a little spiel of how they look when it comes to that. And let's not, let's call a spade a spade. When you have top picks, you're going to try and run the plays for them to see how they maneuver. And then defensively, that. So then now you may add in a blitz. You might add in some drop coverage to get the ball out of their hands. So I think that, it's always the overreaction of good and overreaction of bad. Because like you said, it is human, and there are guys that have bad games and to start, and then next thing you know, they can win the MVP for the Summer League. But like I said, there's always those guys that are undrafted and the diamonds in the rough where Summer League helps them out. Like they'll go from undrafted and being on a Summer League team and then hit, like you said, hit 6 or 7 threes in a game. Now their radar is, all them NBA GM radars are there, and like, where did this guy come from? Why did we not have him on our draft board? So you can look at it as a lot, right? If you have 2 good games, you're like, this is the guy. We need to find him in the rotation, or he's going to be a starter. You have another guy that's like, oh, well, he needs to play better. We may play him another 2 or 3 games. And then there's another guy that was undrafted that showed you more than what he could do. But then, like you said, at the end of the day, Summer League is great. But, we all get paid the big bucks when it comes to the 82-game season into the playoffs. So that's what you're developing for. You want guys to be healthy. You want guys to have great experience in Summer League, but at the end of the day, when they're coming to sack to the arena, they want to see the Kings do well there rather than Vegas.
Yeah. So as we mentioned, as we do every time you're nice enough to come on, Jason Thompson is the all-time leader in Sacramento Kings games played. It looked like De'Aaron Fox was going to surpass you. He was dealt, and he hasn't. So you are still the all-time leader in Sacramento games played as a King. Is that a badge of honor? Does that mean something to you?
Well, one, maybe I should act like I knew that, or maybe I didn't know that, or maybe when it did get traded, I could say that maybe I was happy that I had some type, some accolades. To be honest, like I was just blessed. I'm a kid out of Ryder that was, in the lottery and then became a starter. And, throughout the times, I always kind of tell my story to where, I love playing in Sac. There was times where I had 2 ownerships. I had 7 different coaches. I had, tons and tons of different teammates. And I feel like I kind of, survived, if that makes sense, in that atmosphere. And then there were times where at the last game of the season, I was coming in there, after talking to you guys of interviews and going to the fans and saying we may not be in Sacramento. So with that being said, it's like, man, I grew up as a kid. I was a 21-year-old and played there 7 years. And regardless of that, I had a lot of great memories, a lot of great games. And it made me into the person that I am today as a player, as a coach, and always happy about those times. So does it mean something? It does, just because like I lived to play in the league, and then to be able to play for the most games in franchise history means a lot.
Wow.
And I know that it does mean a lot to the fans as well, Jason. That's why we always appreciate you coming on. And we talked about your time with the Kings, and now we're here talking about the present with the Kings. What do you think about what the Kings are building right now with Scott Perry and the crew, what they are trying to create? Do you think the Kings are building something sustainable that the fans can get behind?
Yeah, I think it's something, you always are going to just have, great hope in those things. I think, it's in the rebuilding stage. I know you guys had some vets, but, it always takes time. If you really look at the Spurs after Tim Duncan and OKC after KD and Russ, they were in rebuilds, and we forget about that. You only remember of the present. You don't ever worry about the past. So when they were championship teams, and then they had those times where they had to have rocky moments. I know that it's been tough for Sac, but I was able to come to the game where you guys played against the Warriors in the playoffs. So, I mean, to see that team deserved that playoff run since they hadn't did it, for a long time was a special. I was like, I had to be in the building for those games. So that was good. And like I said, like you guys overcame all those other years in between the Vlade and the C Webb years. Then you had the De'Aaron years, and then now you got to, make up for that and make some other, make some Acuff years.
There you go.
So,
well, listen,
time.
We appreciate your time, and I know you have a pretty big birthday coming up. I don't know if you're going to be staying in Vegas for that, but we wish you a happy birthday, and we really appreciate when you come on with us. And it's been a pleasure for us as fans to see, our view of your journey here as a player and now on into coaching, and we appreciate your time today.
Yeah, appreciate you guys for having me, and let's do this again sometime. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Jason.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Jason.
Happy birthday.
Sir.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Jason Thompson, who apparently, Alan he's got the chair now that's higher than mine, and he says, no, we're the same height, and you can look right there.
No, it's even. Yeah, I'll switch back.
No. I'll just get one of those chairs.
No, I'll switch back.
Is that he really didn't know he's the all-time leader?
I'm surprised. You guys definitely talked about it before, right? Yeah. Maybe he forgot.
Yeah, I guess it's not that big a deal to him.
Yeah. I mean,
he was my wife's favorite king.
Well, it's funny because as he was kind of talking, it's interesting because as Kings fans or fans of every team, you stay, you don't leave, right? Your fandom doesn't leave. When you are someone that plays for a team or now coaches a team or gets traded or whatever, you have memories multiple places, right? So Kings fans only remember him as a King for the most part. Obviously he has done so much more than that or in addition to that. So I do think it kind of probably takes him down memory lane to a specific time in his life that is a time in his life, and we know it as that was it for us.
Well, it's increasingly rare for a player to stay with one team for a long time now. And he was here a long time, and you talk about the iterations of the Kings and when they started over here and there, and of course when they had Weber and Vlade and that team, that was a great team. When they started over with that, the foundation of the rebuild was Jason Thompson and Spencer Hawes. They used to call him Shock and Hawes. And they're both good young players, but obviously, there was no way they were going to be like Vlade and Weber.
Right.
But I think Jason, he was with, Philly and I think the Warriors a little bit, but he made his NBA name for himself with the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah. And now I do
I'm just glad we didn't have to talk about the Eagles at all with him. I thought you were going to talk about the Eagles.
Well, you're lucky. I should have. I should have. But I don't think that he will be seeing much AJ Dybantsa this season with the Capital City Go. I don't think you'll see too much.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think so. But you, if you had your way, would we see much more of Darius Acuff at Summer League?
Ooh. Like I said, if he comes out,
I don't know why you're so surprised. It's written right there in the rundown. But
that one caught me off guard. Ooh, I didn't know when we were going to go to it. I didn't know when we were going to go to it. I would say if he balls out next game, we need a sounder. We need a sounder. Shut it down. something like that. I would shut it down.
Yeah. But he needs I was going to say, he needs a good game. It'd be nice. It's probably not needed.
Should
because if he doesn't have a great summer league and then he gets in camp and has a good exhibition game, no one's going to remember summer.
Is there anything he could do differently? That first game, he didn't have the pedal to the metal, and then it felt like then he had success the next game, coming out pretty aggressive. Well, even in the first game, he was fairly aggressive, but I'm just trying to think, it just feels like we're watching the same thing, so I'm just wondering if there's any, not tweak to his game, but just how he's approaching it.
Well, yeah, I think that's the trick for the Kings. We have this guy that we want to be the engine of the franchise in so many ways, especially offensively. So he's getting the ball and everything is running through him. And the other teams are like, yep, we know that, and that's what we're going to stop. So then when they're able to stop that to the degree that they have, do you say, well, it's important for him to work through that? Or do you say, we need to switch things up and give him some, a little help and some different looks? I think they've started just a little bit here and there to play him off the ball a little bit.
Yeah.
And we've talked about Sharp playing point guard. So I think that's an interesting philosophical question for the Kings. What is the best way? I think if you ask Darius Acuff, like, give me the ball, I'm going to figure it out.
Yeah. I think the reality is, like we said, overreaction or not, this is not the team he's going to play with, right? And how about this, Whitey? If teams want to double, triple team Darius Acuff and blitz him, that's all fine and good. You know what that means?
What's that?
Zach LaVine is probably going to be traded before the deadline because he's probably going to be averaging 30 points.
To me, the one sign, even more than the shooting, that he's been struggling is all the turnovers. There's been a lot of turnovers. And in college, he didn't turn the ball over.
I didn't think you were going to say that.
Oh, really? Well,
I thought you were going to say something else.
You're talking about the other end. Well, you already knew that, right?
Yeah, but we did this thing where a couple games when he was active and good hands. Oh, man.
Maybe you did that?
No, a lot of people. No, he didn't. No, you did that too. You did that too.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did that too.
Not
I will
defense?
find the tape. I will find the tape. Said, Alan, we're seeing some decent things. I don't know, not verbatim, but something.
You didn't get
like
much
that.
Sleep last night.
No, I didn't get much sleep last night, but I remember that. So now all of a sudden, this is who we've seen him to be. But again, Whitey, this is not about the fact that he's going to get blown by sometimes, right? It's the clips. Just like when we were getting ready for the draft, where he's not on the screen, he's the secondary defender, and he's just not around, and not that he's not paying attention, but he's getting lost a little bit. So those are the types of things. That's the problem, Whitey. If you are going to do some of that, then we need you to score.
Yeah,
right. Then something is. Because we talked about the excuse. Hey, he's playing on both ends. Maybe that's why he's not shooting well. But now he's not. He's not playing on both ends, and he's still not shooting the ball well. So something has to give here. And again, not overreacting, but just wanting to see something. If you want me to shut him down, I'm not shutting him down yet.
No, I'm not either. All I'm saying is he's poor defensively. We knew that. There's hope he can get better. But I'm just not surprised when I see him play that, he's not defending well. But when he turns the ball over as much as he has, to me, that's a sign that, okay, he's struggling right now. Because, again, in college, he really was elite when it came to taking care of the ball. Shooting is the other one most obviously because he was a great shooter. But I'm with you. Bottom line is, there's nothing to overreact to, but you'd like to see him have a good game here. Because, and I think he needs it because I think he's starting to wonder a little bit, why can't I get this going?
Yeah,
he's frustrated.
I saw him, because based on who they allow to be available after the game. So we're sitting there in the post-game media scrum.
And I was standing right next to you.
Did you see him, though? No, nobody saw it.
No, I didn't see him.
So he just was in sweats, and I walked right by him, and that's when I said to you, hey, that was Acuff. Should I have said, what's up? Or I didn't feel – because he just didn't look downtrodden or whatever, but they had just lost the game.
You didn't told him about the video I did.
That was not the time. I just walk up to him. Is it Acuff?
There you
go. Get out of my face.
Yeah.
He got me kicked out of there. But I saw him, and just the look on his face, I know he always kind of has more of a stoic look, but it just I don't think anybody noticed. He walked right past all of us, and wherever those showers are, wherever he was headed, and it just felt like he's ready to show people who he is, and I don't think there's any level of pressing. But look, we were pressing on Caravan after 5 bad shots, and he didn't even play the beginning of the off season, summer season, whatever you want to call it. So
he's been pressing. But you're saying some people are saying he's there and he's not getting the ball?
Oh, Caravan?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. I have to double check the tape, but apparently he is getting open for looks and he's not getting the biscuit.
Okay.
But Acuff,
sometimes you got to earn the ball.
Yeah, sure. But I looked at Darius. He was walking by. Almost said what's up to him, but it's a loss. I'm gonna just let him kind of walk it off. But literally, Whitey, he was as close to me as you are right now.
I can't believe you didn't say anything to him. We could have had him on right now.
Yeah, I
can't believe he didn't say anything.
But that's why players.
What's up, Aces?
That's why players, they like me because I give them their space.
Respect.
Yeah. See, you're saying you would have walked up to him. Hey, did you see my new video?
Oh yeah,
with King Darius.
Yeah, I might not even say anything. I might have just shoved it in his face.
And that's a problem. I'm glad you didn't see it.
Well, see, I learned things from you.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to learn anything from you here in this next segment here. Guess who's still trying to figure out a way to get Kuminga to the Kings? That's coming up here from the Sack Shack in Vegas, Sactown Sports.
SactownSports.com is your online home for sports in Sacramento. Dive deep into the Kings, 49ers, Raiders, Giants, Athletics, and more with your favorite local personalities and some of the most trusted sports voices in the community. Stream Sactown Sports 1140. Watch original video content and read in-depth analysis all in one location. SactownSports.com. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Whoa, what's all this? These screens, the food?
All for the game, bro.
Dude, let us pitch in.
No need. I've got it all covered. With T-Mobile, I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet.
No way. Really?
Yep. And the price of my plan won't change for 5 years.
Wow, I'm definitely switching to T-Mobile.
Goal!
Here's to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle fast, easy to set up, all-in 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. And your plan price? Guaranteed for 5 years. Stay connected con tu gente and catch every match with T-Mobile. Join now at T-Mobile.com. Price guarantee on talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits may take up to 2 bill cycles and will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
Remember when a driving range was just a driving range? Yeah, Hagen Oaks doesn't remember either. Reserve one of 3 top Tracer bays from 6 to 11 p.m. at HagenOaks.com. Only 3 bays are reservable, while the rest of the range remains open for walk-ups. Play virtual golf, then grab food, drinks, and a seat in front of the TVs at the hangout. Throw in live music, and suddenly your quick stop at the range turns into hours of fun. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Side effects may include laughter, bragging rights, and one friend insisting he would have won if the wind wasn't blowing.
Hi, this is Adam Johnson, owner of Golf Fitness Solutions. Exercise and golf have been 2 important activities in my life. I opened Golf Fitness Solutions in 2013 to help my fellow golf enthusiasts improve their posture, relieve their pain, gain strength and endurance, and most importantly, hit the ball farther. From beginners to professionals, I've had success working with all ages and all skill levels, and I can help you too. Located in Carmichael, call us at 916-802-5175 or go to golffitnesssolutions.com.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the matchday spread. He's reaching for the Buffalo wing. Perfect. Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too. Incredible. What a finish. Sensational combination. Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
It's time for your Sactown Soccer Report. Powered by Sac Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District.
This week's key matches include France versus Spain at Dallas Stadium and Argentina versus England in Atlanta.
In soccer, defense wins championships. At home, defense stops mosquitoes. Train standing water. That's your backline. Dress with sleeves and defend with repellent. That's your keeper. Keep your doors and screens tight. That's your shutout. Sac Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District. More tips at Fight the Bite.
No, hold on.
I wasn't sure if anybody really knew what was going on.
Well, because I have graduated. I went from being a great flyer, and then in my, I guess, really early 20s, I was a bad flyer. And then later in my 20s, I just said, hey, bleep it. You know, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. So I'm a good flyer now. With that being said, when someone says, hey, there's an issue with the equipment, and there is a replacement part, I don't feel particularly comfortable. So they come in, they got to replace the part. Then they had to download the data they made it seem like the Google Maps or whatever. So they had to replace the part, download the data, the Google Maps, and then we were off.
Because that's how the pilots are able to fly from one city to another.
Exactly.
The
so it was
Google
very
Maps,
important.
yeah.
Then they had to do the logs and the weight and all this stuff. And when they said equipment, I'm sitting on the aisle. Frankie was nice enough to give me the aisle. Chris, I had the window. Chris took the window. Frankie in the middle, me on the aisle. And I looked, and he talked about the equipment. And Frankie and I just slowly turn and look at each other. And we almost held hands to say, hey, you know what? Whatever's going to happen, whatever will be, will be.
That's funny. I wasn't worried about that at all, but I just was worried about how long it was going to take. And when they said, it might be 20 minutes, Jay said, that's 45 minutes. I said, that's an hour and a half.
Yeah.
It was 3 hours.
Yeah.
But my point is, I wanted to thank the flight attendants who, against all odds, they did a good job. They passed out. What could they do? They were trying to, hey, well, at least we're going to get going now. And here's some pretzels. And I thanked them when we left. I said, terrible flight, but you did a great job. Thank you.
Yeah, pretzels, some graham crackers.
Oh, yeah.
They did
at one point, both at the same time.
Yes, they did what they could for sure. And they got us there safely, so we are appreciative. We are appreciative.
And then into the Thomas and Mack, where I remember last time I came to Summer League, there's a nice little crowd there, but this was like the parking lot. You know, it was a major event.
Yes, it really was. And we were trying to avoid going into the garage, which, is just harder to get out, whatever the case may be. We were able to stay out of the garage at least yesterday. And then you walk in, they got the Larry O'Brien, they got the Summer League trophy.
Yeah.
And you just feel like you're surrounded by greatness. You just feel like,
Don't you feel that way now in here?
Oh, of course. But, it was funny because we're walking around, and as I talk about being a possible GM, I have had my misses because we're walking around. I don't think you were with us yet, but it was Chris and I walking around doing the Concourse Quest, and you see a poster of Dalton Connect, and it says Summer Moments. And I said, if that is your shining moment, I don't know if things went the way you wanted them to go.
They had some interesting murals celebrating Summer League, and it's like, oh, there's Jason Tatum. But there are some other ones where you're like, they have him up there?
Yes. Yeah. So, shout out Dalton Connect. I wanted him on the Kings. That was Devin Carter's season. Just not a great draft, that draft in general.
Right. Well, speaking of trying not to go into things, there's no way of avoiding it any further.
Finally.
Jonathan Kuminga, you've been doing some work on trying to figure out how the Kings could still navigate a path to Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes. And
why would they do that, Alan?
Well, I'm not alone in this, okay? Some Kings fans are with me, so shout out, you know who you are. And this is why I returned. I didn't want to return. I was ready to leave. I shed a tear, multiple tears. They were real tears. And I was ready to leave.
Yeah, but you can do that on intentionally. You can make yourself cry.
Yeah, I can.
They're still real tears. But
they are real, though.
Yeah.
They are real. Not crocodile, not alligator. They're real. And after that happened, I was ready to move on. Then Summer League happened. And when Summer League happened, and I'm seeing, and a lot of people say this, wing-driven league. I'm Whitey. You know those reaction videos where people are doing crazy stuff in the weight room, right, at the gym, and someone's looking this way and something's crazy, and you're looking this way and somebody's doing a crazy workout. It's just like that, Whitey. I look to my left, it's AJ Dybantsa. I look to my right, it's Caleb Wilson. And I'm looking all around, seeing all these guys do this stuff, and Cam Boozer, all these guys. And I'm thinking, the idea that because you drafted Acuff, the Kings shouldn't have still positioned themselves to get somebody like Jonathan Kuminga, it just seemed utterly ridiculous. Not ridiculous if you're not a Kuminga guy like yourself, but if you had interest getting a guy like Kuminga and now not wanting it because of Darius Acuff, when you look around the league at what these guys are doing, I found that to be eye-opening. I felt ridiculous that I even uttered the words that the Kings no longer need him, and we can discuss how they would try to get him with a DeAndre Hunter, attach a swap, whatever the case may be, to the Hawks. But it just felt like, Whitey, as we look at these guys that clearly are on a different level athletically, right, when we're watching Summer League, the Kings, that is the one thing right now I feel like the Kings still are missing.
Yeah, they are, but to make that assumption that Kuminga could be anything close to Dybantsa or Caleb, that's what bad GMs do. You say you could be a GM someday.
No, that's
bad
not
GMs
true.
say we have this need.
That's
Who's
not
the
true.
best player available now who would fill that need? Well, Kuminga.
That's not what I'm saying.
He was the 7th pick.
No, that's not what
so
I'm saying.
That's a classic mistake that bad teams make.
But I'm not asking. Think about it. We're talking about a 2-year deal, right? We talked about it, 1 year or 2 years with the player option. I'm not
so
even.
You don't want to give him all his full money again because he wants like 25.
Yeah,
million.
I would give it to him. I would try to argue for a team option. I think he probably would go back and forth, but I'd say you're getting your AAV that you want, right, in the 20 whatever. But I'm not asking you to be Caleb Wilson. I'm not asking you to be Dybantsa. I'm saying the combination of Kuminga and Acuff could be something because I don't know that Kuminga is going to be a guy by himself, and I don't know if Acuff is going to be a guy by himself. Look at the Knicks, right? I don't know who their Kuminga is, but it's probably OG. And Kuminga needs to find a role, but that, and maybe we're going back in the Keegan conversation, but I just felt like the Kings still don't have that hyper athletic guy to take a chance on and see what they can develop into. And I do believe Kuminga's younger than Nick Clifton.
The problem is you take, and you just compared, I understand it, it's valid, OG Anunoby and Kuminga. OG Anunoby, good defender, really good defender. OG Anunoby, he's playoff proven now, but there was a time when he wasn't, although he played with Toronto when they won the championship. Good three-point shooter, athletic. Kuminga, boy, he still could be some good things, but what he does good now is what, Alan? That's the big difference. after all this time in the NBA. No, it's not a ton of time, but he's not a rookie anymore, and there are still questions about what he's going to be. And so it'd be a huge risk for the Kings to give up anything of value and give up the amount of money they'd have to give up to bring him in for what? For the off chance that maybe he's close to what people thought he was going to be when the Warriors drafted him, and maybe that helps you with Kuminga, and maybe together they can fit into something that's elite. That's just too many ifs.
Maybe the conversation is past tense, right? Maybe this was about, I know we went back and forth about Precious Achiuwa and the money that they use on him. Could that have been reallocated in a different way? We're going to talk to Kristen Peak. This is the type of stuff we're talking about.
4 o'clock, yeah, top of the hour.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk to, I want to ask her about this too, because if these next draft classes are, as kind of weak as maybe we're hearing, to me, I do think you do downplay what Kuminga, not just you, I think a lot of people do. I mean, this dude put up 30 in playoff games, and the biggest thing for me is they had interest. I'm not forcing this interest onto the Kings. They started it.
Well, sure, last year. We still don't know what their level of interest is now.
I just
worry. Maybe there, we just don't know.
I just worry about how the Kings are going to acquire top-level athleticism and talent.
If you want top-end athleticism and talent, why do you want Jonathan Kuminga? He's not that.
He could still be, though.
He could.
You don't really have. I don't get lucky. Get Marcus Spears Jr. Get one of these guys. Jokes for Stokes. Get one of these guys. I pray they do. But we just went through this and they didn't.
More on that with Kristen Peak at the top of the hour. And when we come back, Kings come down with a dose of Summer League reality. We'll look at that next from the Sack Shack, Sactown Sports.
The Kings kicked off NBA Summer League with a win, but couldn't keep pace with the Washington Wizards in Game 2 with a doubleheader against the Nets and Celtics on deck. Who will step up to help get things back on track?
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Everyone loves to be outside, and so do mosquitoes. Protect yourself against mosquitoes and West Nile virus by following these simple tips. At least once a week, look around your yard and drain stagnant water from any containers where mosquitoes can breed. Remember to use an effective mosquito repellent, especially at dawn and dusk when mosquitoes are most active. Close all doors and be sure screens are in good working condition. At the Mosquito and Vector Control District, we're here to help. Visit us at fightthabite.net.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-7844. 800-505-7844. 800-505-7844.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
You like the song, Alan?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Who does this again?
Oh, man. It's on the tip of my tongue.
It's like something that wouldn't really fly very well. A balloon that's too heavy.
Oh, yeah. Like a rock or something like that.
Led Zeppelin.
Oh, yes, because the balloon has lead in it.
Yeah.
That's all right. I told
you.
I like it.
They told the Who what they were going to do, and the drummer of the Who said, that'll go over like a Led Zeppelin. So that was the name of their group.
Huh.
And they made rock and roll history. And here we are, making Summer League history in Las Vegas.
Now that was a 5.
Well, I appreciate
that. That finally. I mean, it took you 2 months to get a real 5.
Top of the hour, Kristen Peak is going to join us, NBA draft expert. 5 o'clock, Brendan Nunes is supposed to join us, but I saw him when he got up today, and I don't know.
Can I say this? I do love this layout here.
Yeah.
Because everybody's working, right? Everybody's working, but they're also watching us do the show.
Right.
So it's more of like a live audience type feel.
Yeah.
So I felt like we reconvened after the Kuminga debate, and it's going on in the chat. Thank you very much for chatting in and giving us your takes. And it felt like, just based on the reaction, that I won that last segment. It's not first take. It's not a debate show, but we do debate at times, and I feel pretty solid that I won.
Really?
Yeah.
Based on the reaction in here.
Yes.
Because Chris rolled his eyes.
But that's
Frankie
actually,
didn't look
like
up,
the
and
reverse.
Brennan has been unconscious for 90 minutes. So, I mean, if you want to... if that's how you want to interpret
that. Sounds like a dub.
Okay,
that sounds like a dub
right.
to me.
Take him where you can get him.
That's a dub to me.
Yeah, and I'm just kidding, about Brendan.
No, yeah, he's working his tail off.
He gets up.
My
and he
roomie.
Says, I look terrible. It's like, you look like I look when I'm up.
Yeah. My roomie.
Yeah.
That's
right.
That's right.
Roommates.
Yeah, you gotta hold it down for the roomies.
Mm-hmm. Would you say that the Kings got a little dose of the Summer League reality last night? They lost a game for the first time. Big game in terms of nationally televised against AJ Dybantsa. Big matchup, and Acuff didn't play well.
Yeah, well, I think one part of the tanking, which is no longer, I guess, the traditional tanking, is these teams have been stacking up. Whitey, the MLB draft was this weekend, and the White Sox got the first pick. Feels like the White Sox get the first pick every year, right? And at some point, if you're not an idiot, right, if you're not an idiot organization, these guys are going to be good.
If only you could run all the organizations.
Exactly.
In all the sports.
So at some point, these guys are going to be good. And you look at the Wizards, who have flipped there. I can't wait to talk about how good I think the Wizards are going to be going into next season. But you look at the Wizards, they have a bunch of guys they've been drafting because they've stunk for so long. So they're kind of the bullies on the block. Then they add in AJ Dybantsa. So I think it was a taste of reality, but at the same time, I think the Wizards a summer league super team, because they're not the Kings where they have older players. No, not that. They have so many draft picks that some have turned on, some have turned out, some haven't, and you cobble them all together and you throw in a top pick. I think it was a dose of reality, but I also think the Wizards are pretty good or really good as far as Summer League standards. Maybe I'll cop out, Whitey, and say a little bit of both.
Well, the Wizards remind me of the Spurs in this sense, and I know you've talked a lot about how you need that guy. We've all talked about that. It'd be great if the Kings could have gotten a higher pick here. But I'm thinking of, in the Spurs case, I'm thinking of guys like Devin Vassell, good player, Keldon Johnson. And then with the Wizards, like Keyshawn George, right, and Will Riley, and guys like that, Bilal Coulibaly. It's like, these are pretty good players, but I don't know where this is going. You take those groups and eject one, like, here's Wembanyama.
Right.
Here's Dybantsa. All of a sudden, like, whoa, now they've got something.
Yes, now it looks like they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But that was the whole idea.
I know.
We know it's over now, but just bites at the apple until you get that real big hit. And funny enough, we're in Vegas. I'm going to tell you right now, sometimes it never comes. Sometimes it never comes. Sometimes
not last night for you because you didn't.
No. No more bets. You know, I did not. I did not partake. But you wait for your number to come up, Whitey, and sometimes it does immediately. Sometimes you got to wait. Sometimes it never does.
Mm-hmm. It does underscore how important it is for the Kings that Acuff becomes that player. It's also true that they don't necessarily need it to happen right away. Now, if he were to play in the regular season, I don't think this will happen. But if it started the way Summer League has gone, you can imagine the calls and texts that we'd be getting and everybody would be getting, and people say, oh, this is the worst pick ever. It is true when you take a deep breath and you look at the big picture, they don't need him to be great right away.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's going to have the opportunity to do that. They're setting it up so that he will have a chance to do that. And it would be, I'm not saying it wouldn't be a big deal. It would be a little troubling, but they don't need him to do that right away. It would be nice to see something, though, pretty soon.
And here's the thing. We are all talking about what the Kings have right now.
Do you agree with that, by the way, or do you think I'm wrong when I say they don't need him to be that
No,
right away?
they don't. But I think the bigger question is, I guess where I was going is, they might not ever need him to be that because of the conversation we just had about the Wizards. It's all about Acuff right now because that's the shining moment, the shining star, the top pick. We don't know what could happen. And I know when we have Kristen Peak on, she's going to talk about how thin these drafts are, but these drafts have talent, right? And we just talked about the Wizards. And obviously you don't know what's going to happen in the draft. But you could get that injection, like you said, maybe not Wembanyama or Dybantsa, but you could get that injection that could be better than Acuff in these next couple of years because I think the Kings are still going to be in the mix in 2027 and 2028 for these picks. And then everybody elevates. So we were making comparisons, not the way they play, to Tyrese Maxey. If Darius Acuff became Tyrese Maxey, I think I would find out a way to do a backflip. I would learn how to do a backflip. I always wanted to learn how to do one. I can do cartwheels all day long. But
I would got back problems. It makes it tough.
Maybe it'll pop it out. Maybe a backflip will, backflip it out.
Right.
Maybe we'll try that. And when you look at Tyrese Maxey, I think that would be outstanding. The Sixers have still needed a ton of help. So I think if we maybe take a step back and try not to put the weight of the world on Darius Acuff and say, look, just be a really good point guard and hopefully you're an all-star and just start there, Whitey, the same way I said let's take a step back when we were saying, hey, well, Brunson won a championship and smaller point guards can win a championship. Let's just make sure this guy is a player that the Kings can count on night in, night out to put up some solid numbers. You never know where that injection should come from. And then you look at the other players that the Kings have, the other young players, and now, just like you said about the Wizards, you're really cooking with something.
Yeah. Tyrese Maxey is an interesting case here because if you were going to make the case that the Kings can't afford to be patient with Acuff, you could argue against it. You could make a strong argument against. But Tyrese Maxey, he was only 20 his first year with the Sixers. He averaged 8 points a game. He started only 8 games. Then his next year was up to 17.5, then 20.3, then 25.9. So it took him a while to get to this level.
I mean, if you're averaging 17.5 your second year, Whitey.
Right.
I don't know if that's taken a while.
Well, his first year was pretty average.
Yeah, his first year was not anything to write home about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I'm wondering if Tyrese Maxey were to have a rookie year similar to Tyrese Maxey's rookie year.
Oh, people would freak out.
Yeah.
I think, when was he taken? Tyrese Maxey off the top of my head.
Pretty late.
Yeah, you're right. He was a steal. What do you go, like 15 or something?
21.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So you look at it differently. That's the Brunson thing, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
No, Brunson, it took him a while. Well, he went 30th. They get looked at differently. So you're right. I mean, I just use Tyrese Maxey as who he is right now. And if Acuff became that, I think most of us would be happy. Your team would still need more, though. So I think that's my point. We're almost putting unrealistic expectations on Acuff.
With your Kuminga comments, are you suggesting that maybe Acuff is not the guy and he still needs, you need a 1A and a 1B?
I think he could be the 1A. Acuff could, but you might just need somebody. He's a change of pace. Kuminga would be a change of pace. I saw somebody say OG is not like Kuminga. They don't have a hyper athlete on the Knicks. I saw somebody say that in the chat, and I don't necessarily disagree with you. It was the closest I could come to a comparison, and maybe it just comes back to Keegan Murray. That's fine,
You
too.
might have won, as you say, I won the argument. You might have won the argument if you hadn't made that play, if you hadn't played that card.
I didn't need it.
Kuminga,
I didn't need it.
Oh, boy.
I didn't need it.
Yeah, I was like bases loaded and then hit into a double play, home to first.
No, I don't think
out.
so. No, I think I still scored a run, but I should have scored more. Should have been a bigger rally.
I'm a little bit surprised, though, as we said earlier, that it does seem like there's a little bit of a Acuff backlash, at least social media-wise. On the other hand, I guess with social media, if anybody ever does anything wrong, there's going to be somebody saying, see, I told you they're the worst ever.
Yeah, it feels like, and it's hot out here in Vegas, it feels like everybody was so excited about Acuff and what the Kings were building, and then somebody just threw cold water on their face. Said, this is real. Hold on. And the cold water was watching Dybantsa, was watching
That's another
these
big
guys,
part of it,
you
yes.
know, hey, just to let you know, you didn't get that. And I think everybody, you know what it is? Why
Even Wagler having a good game last night was kind of a psh,
yeah,
here's reality for you.
Even Michael Brown Jr., he's been super consistent, and I think everybody was starting to feel good, and the wound was starting to heal, and then people just got reminded, hey, just let you know, you could have had that, and you didn't get it.
Coming up, Kristen Peek's going to join us. We got to meet her last night. She's been on the show, and Alan's going to try to convince her that the Kings should trade draft picks because they're worthless for Kuminga. Right?
Kind of.
Yeah, so we have that to look forward to. Next here from the Sack Shack in Las Vegas as Summer League continues with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
The top young talent is on display at NBA Summer League, and Sactown Sports has boots on the ground. Join Jason Ross, Whitey Gleason, and Alan Stiles as they broadcast live from Las Vegas, presented by Power Business Technology. And stay locked into SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports YouTube channel for the latest on every game, every practice, and all things Kings this summer. Power Business Technology, copiers and printers for your office needs.
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Any golfer would be thrilled to listen to Jack Nicklaus talk, and I had to tap the enthusiasm brakes a bit when I had a chance to interview him. But over the course of 40-plus years, Nicklaus wrote enduring words in Golf Digest magazine. Max Adler compiles some of the best. Nicklaus says, "When I putt, I hold my breath before initiating the stroke to keep my head and body still." About putting, he said, "I visualize the putter shaft as being extremely limber, almost as flexible as a length of rope, which means the only way I can get the club head to swing truly is to stroke putts very softly." He said, "The harder I want to hit a shot, the slower I try to begin the swing." About the game, he said, "The key to playing well is to understand who you are as a person and then manage that. I'm finding now more than ever that the game of a lifetime can give you the time of your life without ever striking a shot." Sounds pretty much like life itself. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step. providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action, but please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. As many of you know, my song Winning Streak is about my own personal struggles with addiction. I first sought help for my addiction at 14 years old. Start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at ChooseChangeCA.org. The real you is worth recovery. Choose Change California provides access to proven treatment options for addiction to opioids and stimulants. ChooseChangeCA.org. This is your chance to recover your life.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
We're having so much fun here at Summer League, a festival of basketball. It's interesting to talk to people like we have already today, like Coach Musselman, Jason Thompson, and they talk about how much Summer League has changed and how it started. Little known fact that Ellen and I found out last night, Summer League here started in Vegas because our next guest is from the area.
That's right.
And so, you know, it's like, well, we might as well do it because she's already there and she's the one that's going to be covering it all. She's a contributor to NBA.com. She's been on our show many times. NBA draft analyst Kristen Peak. How are you today, Kristen?
Hello. I was so happy to meet you guys in person yesterday. That was so exciting for me.
Yeah, we appreciate that. That was a fun night for us, other than the way things went, of course, for the Kings. But Summer League is Summer League. What would you make so far of the way? Well, we'll start with Darius Acuff, given what you expected of him. And I know it's we got a long ways to go. But what do you think of the way he's played so far here in Summer League?
I think he's fine. I mean, like you guys saw it, he came through and I gave him a hug, and you can tell Darius is someone that just loves to compete and he wants to perform every single night and win. And he's obviously struggling with that. So he's in his feelings a little bit, but I think he's going to be just fine. And what you have to remember is Summer League is a place for overreaction. So people watching it, or even just doing stat line scouting, what I like to call, they're going to look at it and be like, is he, he was great at Arkansas. Is he going to be just as good in the league? Darius is going to be just fine. And he even said it. We saw him in the post game and after the first game, and he's like, I got to make better passes. I got to get my teammates more involved. And we saw him playing more off ball, and where he succeeds is on ball. And so just finding that chemistry and figuring it out, I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, Kristen, we were talking about it just as far as, the top 4 in the draft, and they're just another level. You told us that from the beginning, but Darius had these crazy numbers in college. So I think a couple of us, Kings fans, NBA fans in general, we're just trying to figure out what Darius Acuff, I used Tyrese Maxey before the break. I don't think they play like each other, but just if he puts up a lot of numbers, but the team could still maybe need something else. I think that we're trying to figure out this world where Darius Acuff is a good player, is a great player, but he might not be that pure 1A, you might need to go get somebody else. And that doesn't mean that it was a miss. I mean, he went 7th. I know, great draft, but he went 7th. So I guess we're just trying to figure out what he could be in the league because, as you know, fans go, you're either the greatest in the world and you're our savior, or you're a waste of our time. And I think that's what we're dealing with right now.
Listen, all I can say is that if you are a Kings fan, you should be more encouraged at the fact that he's playing defense and he's defending, very well in Summer League when everybody said, oh, he was the worst defender in all of college basketball and they were worried about his defense. And I'm not worried about the offense. I think he's adjusting to the pace and the physicality of the NBA game. And what I know of Darius and what I know from him as, a high school prospect and then his last year at Arkansas is he's going to figure it out offensively, and he is a bucket getter. So if I'm a Kings fan, I would be more encouraged about the fact of what we're seeing from him defensively. I mean, in that first Summer League game in Las Vegas, I think he had 3 steals, 2 steals and a block or whatever it was, 3 stocks. But I am more encouraged by that. And like the offensive side of it, he's playing with Emmanuel Sharp. Emmanuel is another ball-dominant guard. Neek Clifford is going to get his touches. Neek has been playing fantastic for the Kings. So I'm not worried about him offensively. And if you are looking at, I look at, like you guys say, oh, yes, he was a 7th pick. I'm more thrilled as if I'm a Kings fan thinking he fell to 7 in this draft because remember, this is a player who worked out for the Jazz at number 2, and the Jazz are really high on him. In any other draft, there is 0 chance someone like Darius Acuff is falling to 7.
Wow.
Yeah, Kristen Peak, nice enough to join us. To that point, and following up on something we discussed last night, is one of the things that makes this draft class right now, this incoming class, so special, is it the fact that NBA people are not so sure the next few drafts are going to be very special at all?
No, and it's not. We're just spoiled. So like last year with Cooper Flagg, VJ Edgecombe, Dylan Harper. This year with the top 4 with AJ, DP, Cam, and Caleb. Like we are spoiled. Next year's draft, I mean, when you're looking at Tyron Stokes, Caleb Holt, and Jordan Smith Jr., I mean, those are the projected, and it's just like it just thins out and it's slim pickings, and then it gets even more thin in the next 2 years. So. I honestly like when I'm watching these Summer League games and we saw Cameron Boozer versus Caleb Holt, that was such a great game. Even AJ versus DP was really good. I'm like, okay, let's enjoy this now because the next 3 years are just going to be, they're just going to be okay. And that's why we saw so many players elect to return to school to try to help their draft stock, like Braylon Mullins and JT Toppin. Because they recognize that next year's draft isn't as deep or talented as this year.
If there was a player that a team was interested in, maybe the name starts with a J and the last name ends with a K, like Kuminga, something like that, a player like that. If somebody like that was available, would you be open to, moving one of these upcoming picks, protected, of course, something like that, in order to get a talent like that? Do you think, I guess it's a two-sided question for how you feel about the next upcoming drafts and how you still feel about Jonathan Kuminga?
Absolutely. I mean, and it's funny, I saw JK he was out here in Vegas watching his little brother. By the way, his little brother is very, very good.
There's another one.
Oh, my.
There is another
goodness.
one. Yeah, he's and I think he's a rising sophomore, so he would be in the 2030 draft, JK's little brother. But yeah, absolutely. Like I would not hold on to any of like my draft picks in the next 2 years with the same sort of intention as we saw the last 2 years, with a lot of teams targeting this draft class, even last year's draft class. That's why we saw Adam Silver step in and put in the anti-tanking rules, because there were so many teams targeting these last 2 draft classes. We're not going to see that in the next 3 years. It's just going to, fall into place. I think the next big draft, in my opinion, is 2030. And when you look at the players targeted in that class, I know that seems like a long time away, but that's Jamal Crawford's son, JJ Crawford, Caden Gaskins, Caleb Gaskins' brother. Caleb is a 5-star who's going to Miami this year. Reggie Evans' son is in that draft class. So you look at that draft class and you're like, okay, that's the next one, in my opinion. But there are still plenty of good players, but it's nothing like this draft class that we just saw.
NBA draft analyst Kristen Peak, nice enough to join us. And I keep asking people this question, Kristen, and I'm sure you get it a lot, and it's kind of cliche, but I keep getting really incredible answers. How has Summer League changed the most since you first started covering it?
Oh, that is a very good question. I remember my first Summer League, I think it was like Michael Porter Jr., Trae Young. What was that? Was that the Marvin Bagley, DeAndre Ayton draft? So that was my first one that I covered. And speaking of those two players, I mean, those two were AAU teammates. They were best friends. And Mike wasn't playing. He was on the bench for the Denver Nuggets. And Trae showed up in that small gym. And he was sitting courtside. I was like, Trae, what are you doing here? And he's like, well, I'm here supporting Mike. And I'm like, Mike's not even playing. He's like, yeah, but I'm here supporting him, supporting his team. And I'm like, got it. And then to that same draft class, I told you guys this, like I ran into DeAndre Ayton on night one, and he gives me this giant hug, and he's just like, KP, you're an OG. And I'm like, please don't call me that. Can you call me like auntie, like bonus auntie? Like OG makes me sound like I'm old. But yeah, that's my favorite part of Summer League is coming back and seeing the players that are now doing great things in the league, and I'm still able to like say hello, and they are very gracious enough to give me 30 seconds of their time.
Yeah. Well, Kristen, as you know, that is not a draft that Kings fans remember very favorably, but that's just the way things
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Kristen, last night we saw you talked about Acuff off the ball a little bit more, and a little bit of Nick Clifford, but we saw Emmanuel Sharp handle the rock a little bit. Were you surprised at that at all? Caleb Wilson talked about, I didn't shoot a lot in college because that wasn't my job. And you look at Houston, and Kingston Flemings is the prototypical point guard. Maybe there's a world where Emmanuel Sharp can handle the rock a little bit, but just didn't have to at Houston. Looking at the backup point guard position, feels like the Kings and Scott Perry might think we have enough. And do you think that, along with Nick Clifford, obviously Malik Monk, that Emmanuel Sharp could be in that mix of a secondary ball handler?
Here's the thing with Emmanuel Sharp, and I talked to several NBA teams, obviously, throughout the draft process, and what they really covet and what they really respect is the Houston guards, and especially multi-year guards coming out of Houston because of what Kelvin Sampson does in terms of development, in terms of toughness, in terms of the way he runs his offense. And it's very fast-paced, it's very aggressive in the PNR. And so anytime that you can get a guard out of that system like Emmanuel Sharp, like you're already confident in it. And that's what we're seeing with the Sacramento Kings. I mean, is he going to be a starting point guard in the league? No. But anytime I see a Kelvin Sampson prototype guard or anybody that's come out of Houston in the system, I am not worried about them one bit in terms of their production and what they're going to be able to do at the NBA level, whether that's leading the secondary unit or being, a starter in the G League. Like Emmanuel Sharp is going to be fine. And he's so tough. And he's one of those guards where, like, if he's not going to get those minutes on the court for NBA minutes, he's going to be fantastic in practice.
Kristen Peak, draft analyst, nice enough to join us. One of the things that really stands out to me here, being here at Summer League, is that while the games don't really matter, obviously everyone wants to win. If they're keeping score, you want to win, but the games don't matter. However, it seems to me that for the players, these individual matchups are really significant when you have two guys that were high picks. I know you know these players very well. You've known them, from when they're in high school. Is that true? Is it really important for some of these guys when they're squaring off? Dybantsa against Peterson, Brown against Acuff. How much does that mean to those players, even though it's Summer League?
No, it absolutely does. They know what's at stake. And like I said, like Summer League is the platform of overreactions. And so when you are going head to head, you don't want to fan out at all. And it doesn't matter, like, and Darius, like if he's going up against anybody else that got picked ahead of him, he's going to feel a certain way about it. And that is the best iteration of Darius Acuff that as a Sacramento Kings fan that you can hope for. Because even if he doesn't, like, you guys saw him, like he was in his feelings after the game yesterday. And like you just said, it's a Summer League game, but to him, it's a basketball game and it means something. And that's what you want, especially when you look at an NBA season. There's 82 games. You don't want someone just like chalking it off to nothing. Like if you are the franchise point guard, if you're the future of the franchise, you want someone who wants to compete and take it seriously. And I know you guys saw the post-game interview after his first game in Vegas where he just said, he's like, my passing is trash. I got to limit my turnovers. I got to clean up my shot selection. Like it was like he was taking it seriously. And that's what you want. And so, yes, Summer League, like, sure, the games don't matter. And everyone, like nobody plays. If you are a top draft pick, you don't play after 2 games anyways. But to see him take it so seriously, like a business trip, which is what he's doing, that's what you want from a player that is essentially being pinned as like the franchise point guard.
I told Whitey I saw Darius Acuff and it didn't look like, he kind of snuck by because he didn't do a post-game interview. And I said, I almost said what's up to him. Obviously, you know him very, very well. I've only, kind of chatted with him once. So I said, Whitey, it just didn't seem like the time because he was not, feeling it, which I appreciate. I appreciate. But, you brought something up, Kristen, to turn this thing kind of optimistic. You brought up a Houston guard, and you brought up the fact that, you have Darius Acuff, who not a Kentucky guard, but he is a Calipari guard. I got to say, the hit rate on both those types of players pretty high. So you would think that the Kings are in a good position here, getting a Calipari guard and a Houston guard as well. You got to be moving in the right direction, right?
Yeah, especially if you're looking at like league guards and that sort of, and where you got Emmanuel, by the way, like that to me is, and especially when we look at the second round and how it thinned out. But getting Darius at 7 and then Emmanuel in the second round, I mean, like that, I can't argue with in terms of like the pedigree and just in terms of what the upside is for both of those players. And everyone I talk to, like you look at Keaton Wagler and Michael Brown that went ahead of Darius Acuff, but you talk to other people and they said off just production and what he did at Arkansas, I mean, he is on paper the best lead guard in this draft class after that first 4 of those top tiers. And so it's up to him to kind of prove that and make that mark and show everyone like, no, I'm him. We've already seen like defensively, he's going to be fine. This isn't someone where like players are blowing by him all the time. He's finishing through contact. I do believe like he needs a little more reps in terms of like getting to his spots. I'm seeing him second guess different shots and, something that I haven't seen in the high school or college level, but he's going to be just fine. And he's trying to find his rhythm and just the cadence of playing both on and off the ball. But I do believe he's better on the ball than he is off. But if you are going to be a true two-way player, you got to be able to play both.
Yeah. Kristen, I have just one more player to ask you about.
I know.
He has become a sensation this summer with the Kings fans, although we don't know what role, if any, he will have with the big club. But people are loving the effort and energy from Jonathan Mobo. What can you tell us about Jonathan Mobo?
I know, right? Like, he's just one of those guys where, like, even yesterday, what did he have? Like, he almost had a double-double. What was it? Like 12 and 9 or 11 and 10. Anyways, but he's just
11 and 9. Yeah, 11 and 9. Yeah.
Okay. So he had 11 and 9 last night or yesterday, and he's just one of those players. Like, he plays so hard, and the effort level is there. And when you start to adjust in terms of like the physicality, and you're finding your different. He cuts so well off the ball, by the way, and he's being rewarded for that. Playing with these two guards, with Darius and Neek. Neek is also a very, very good passer. I think an underrated passer, but yeah, like you have summer league for these type of moments where you see these players like Jonathan kind of emerge, and you're like, okay, I'll put him on my radar. Like let's try to track him and see what he does. So no, he's been really fun to watch too.
So that's not what I thought Whitey was going to say. That's not where I thought Whitey was going to go.
I know where you thought I was going.
And I think you know where I'm going. There was a pick, another first-round pick that, injured early. He's been out there. It hasn't been earth-shattering yet, but you talk about that pedigree, Kristen, and he's right there. Alex Caravan. I think some people are, maybe just curious about what the ceiling is. We know probably what his role is going to be as an NBA player. But, yeah, early on he has that injury, and then he puts up the donut in his first game. He did find some offense a little bit last night. But, yeah, what did you think about the Kings kind of sneaking up to get Alex Caravan and what he could bring to the team when he's feeling good?
I'm not mad about it. And the same, listen, there are a few coaches in college basketball that NBA teams and executives really value. And I mentioned Kelvin Sampson, John Calipari, and what he's done with guard play. But Dan Hurley and what he's done at UConn, especially multi-year players, Terrace Reed, is another player in this draft class that we saw. But Alex Caravan is a player 2 years ago. He went through the draft process and he tested the waters and basically said, he's like, no, I can get more out of UConn, and I can become a better player going against my peers than fighting in the G League. And so then we saw him go through the draft process this year. He tested very well at the combine in terms of the agility testing. I thought he was one of the better bigs that came through. And he's just someone, he's just got to get used to it. Like, he's just got to get used to the pace. You see him like he's kind of a step behind a little bit on plays, especially defensively in the drop coverage off the pick and roll. And that's just something that after rep, he's going to get better at. But no, I am not worried about Alex Caravan at all, especially because I know what it takes to play for a coach like Dan Hurley. Like, it gives me anxiety when I go to practice, or like I'm like, I'm not even on the floor. And like, I have anxiety sitting here watching these kids go through practice. But yeah, he's going to be fine. He's very tough. And I think it's just the speed and the pace that he has to get used to.
Well, Kristen, thank you so much for your time today, and thanks for taking a few moments to chat with us last night. We appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of Summer League, and hopefully we'll talk to you again very soon.
Yes, thanks for having me. It was so good seeing you guys last night.
Take care.
Thank you, Kristen.
Kristen Peak, draft analyst. I'm wondering if we have any commenters in the YouTube chat who disagree with her views on Darius Acuff's defense, perhaps.
Maybe not yet.
Okay.
I know.
And maybe we won't. That's fine.
Yeah, I know you have 12 Mula is saying who is worried. The kid is going to be great. And saying manufacturing drama around a 19-year-old is sad. But to be fair, look, in this kind of day and age, everybody's timeline is different,
Yeah.
And if this person is a healthier, a mentally healthier individual because they're not on King's Twitter, then good for them.
Yes.
But I can tell you this much, on King's Twitter, there are clips and montages and a lot of things being made and being talked about when it comes to Darius Acuff, which is interesting because it's not even as if the take is it was a wrong pick. I think people just feel as if we're hoping it's the right pick, right? There's nobody saying they should have taken, I was Mr. Trade Down, but
Trade down for what?
Right, but if you look at who went directly after Acuff, I personally, just like 12 Mula hasn't seen anything. I haven't seen a lot of, man, they should have taken X. I've seen somebody say Phylon was right there, and I said, that's my guy. Now, it was, it's nothing against Acuff, but I just always liked LeBaron and Phylon. But, yeah, I mean, like I said, in this day and age, everybody is seeing different stuff. So somebody is manufacturing it, but it is not Whitey Gleason.
Yeah, well, or is it Alan Stiles, though?
Not me.
Okay.
No, look, I'm the Acuff optimist.
Speaking of manufacturing, what was it? What was the term?
Drama.
Drama, yeah, thank you. Bottom of the hour, you think we're manufacturing drama? Wait till we share with you somebody's, we'll tell you who, bottom of the hour, their list of Summer League winners and losers.
Oh, yeah. This is for 12 moolah. Yes, we'll tell you who's manufacturing.
Definitely manufacturing drama. But I'm glad you asked Kristen about Alex Caravan, too.
Yeah, we can't, let him be. There's just random players, and we talked about DeAndre Hunter that just they don't get talked about as much. It's the way they play, or maybe they haven't played, and we just move on. Like everyone's talking about Emmanuel Sharp, and there was another first-round pick, and he didn't look good early, but I don't think anybody's freaking out. I think it might be even worse. People just aren't really reacting to it at all.
Right. I mean, let's face it, the Kings have 2 first-round picks, and right now neither one of them would tell you he's playing very well. Oh, the sky's not falling, but that's a fact.
Yeah, don't manufacture.
That's not manufacturing. That's prefabricated. That's legit.
Yeah. And, I mean, this is, as Kristen has said, and everyone that we've talked to today, this is the time to overreact.
Yes, but you said the age of, this is also the dawning of the age of King Darius.
It is.
Yeah.
Play the song.
Real quick, before we take a quick timeout, Frank Vogel, wasn't he coach of the Lakers when they won a championship with LeBron?
He's got a ring.
Yeah. What's Frank Vogel doing now?
He's out there in the Bay.
What?
He's with the Warriors now.
With the Warriors?
Coach.
Oh, does that mean then? Wow.
Well, based on what I heard, it would be tough. But
based on conversations?
Based on rumblings. Summer League rumblings, we'll call it. SLR. We're going to get into some of those.
Based on those, it's not going to happen? It's going to happen?
No, he's going, Cleveland, I'm coming back to you.
Did you see that Russ is thinking of going to Miami, but he won't go there if LeBron's there? That's what I'm thinking.
I saw that. I thought it was they didn't. Yeah, I thought it was they didn't need him. If
you could be right, and maybe somebody is manufacturing drama. Yeah, but we'll tell you who's manufacturing a lot of drama with their list of Summer League winners and losers when we come back to the Sack Shack. Summer League in Vegas, Sactown Sports.
SactownSports.com is your online home for sports in Sacramento. Dive deep into the Kings, 49ers, Raiders, Giants, Athletics, and more with your favorite local personalities and some of the most trusted sports voices in the community. Stream Sactown Sports 1140. Watch original video content and read in-depth analysis all in one location. SactownSports.com. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging.
Let me check that for you.
To help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the match day spread. He's reaching for the Buffalo wing. Perfect. Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too. Incredible. What a finish. Sensational combination. Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of back pain relief. With just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after a third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got 'em. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
In celebration of 80 years of 49ers football, Sactown Sports is counting down 80 of the most memorable moments that have shaped the team's storied legacy and winning tradition. Here's today's faithful flashback.
Number 43, Pinky Out. Ronnie Lott's finger amputation.
During the final game of the 1985 regular season, Ronnie Lott tackled Cowboys fullback Timmy Newsome and in the process crushed his left pinky finger. Following the season, doctors gave Lott 2 options: undergo a complex bone graft that would require a cast for months and delay his return, or amputate the tip of the finger above the first joint. Well, Lott famously chose to amputate the finger during the offseason. He didn't want to miss training camp or the start of the 1986 season. Ironically, he went on to lead the NFL that year with a career high of 10 interceptions for the 49ers.
Faithful flashbacks on Sactown Sports 1140.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
The flow of information is like a river, always shifting, always changing, always surging. Moments ago here from the Sac Shack, I asked Alan Stiles, our own Alan Stiles, about Frank Vogel and the Warriors. Does that mean that LeBron will go to the Warriors? And Alan said, no, I've had conversations during the commercial break, and I have witnesses. It appears that Alan may have changed his tune on this whole thing. Perhaps the flow of information has shifted, Alan?
Yes, that is true, Whitey. And
do you need a second? Seriously, do you need a second?
No. This is from our guy, Brett Siegel. The NBA continues to await LeBron James' decision. And the latest push to sign LeBron James come from Draymond Green and the Golden State Warriors. Green recently spent time with James as he continues to mull his options, and the Warriors forward made sure to lay out every possible reason one of his best friends in the league should join forces with him. And basically the crux of it, Whitey, is that the feeling is now LeBron is strongly considering joining the Warriors more than ever before after recent conversations with Draymond. So, look, he could have not been considering it at all, and now he's considering it a little bit, right?
I don't know.
No, I'm just saying that's the whole...
You just need to get your two stories kind of squared up here.
The overarching feeling is that he's going back to Cleveland. But anything can happen. Hey,
So that back door to Golden State remains slightly ajar.
I guess it's still creaky. You know when your hinges on your door are a little loose and you got to pick it up to close it?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Draymond is, picking it up right now and leaving it open.
All right.
So
still
that's what it is. But, yeah. I just think LeBron, I'm not a gamer, Whitey, but I know the digital boys, no shirts, no games. They all game together along with Matt George. And, it's all about the conquest, right? I'm on my concourse quest, but it's about conquest. And I just think if you're LeBron, he wants to conquest something new. That's why I think the Warriors aren't dead yet, because he already won in Cleveland.
Yeah. Then he could be – I really think a big part of it is LeBron looking at what he can do to have the biggest impact on his legacy, such as it is. Doesn't need any help. It's a tremendous legacy. But going to Cleveland, winning, even if we win, already did that. But what if I were to resuscitate the dynasty that, in his mind, I killed?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Steph needed him, right? However they, how Rich Paul would spin it. I mean, they did the same thing with Steph and KD. The other part of it is for the Warriors, I guess LeBron as a brand is a big deal too, right? And obviously Silicon Valley, I mean, yeah, you can make a lot of money, but you can make more. What was Zach LaVine say? I think I can make more. And with everything in LA, you're close by in the Bay. Does he want to go back to Cleveland? I don't know. Obviously, he's from out there. I don't know how much.
Does that even matter anymore?
I don't. Well,
there used to be a time when players want to go to the big markets because they get more endorsement dollars. And now everything's global.
It kind of does. I think it kind of does. But my bigger question is this, because we just got finished with Giannis. There's always somebody. How long is this? If you gave Rich Paul True Serum, how long is this going to last? Like, how long is LeBron going to draw this thing out? What is the limit? Like, how late can he wait to make a decision?
Yeah. Well, I know a lot of people like Jerry Reynolds who's come on with this. A lot of people think, he already knows where he's going.
I know that.
Yeah.
But when will they reveal it?
But if that's true, then he definitely has a plan. Like, I'm going to reveal it at this point.
Yeah. I would have thought it was. Does he have a birthday coming up or something? I don't know.
I think so.
Birthday.
Jason Thompson does, but I don't know what LeBron does.
Somebody said it.
Isn't it in December? Anyway.
Yeah, that's too late.
Yeah.
Well, he just waits for the playoff push. Somebody thought it would be the 4th of July. Maybe Labor Day.
Yeah. Maybe you'd want to do it before football starts. I don't know.
Ohio State opening day. I don't know.
I do wonder about the extent to which some players are in limbo. Like, for example, maybe DeMar DeRozan. Does he, have maybe some interest from teams, but those teams are like, yeah, we like you a lot, DeMar, but we got to see if we're getting LeBron first. And if we don't, we'll talk.
Yeah. Well, we know, maybe, you know what I have to say.
What do you have to say?
Does, who?
Who?
I don't want to say the name. Does who get a little bit...
Voldemort?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Does who get a little bit antsy and say, fine, I'll go here for a cheaper amount of money because I'm done with waiting. Because that was only the Cavs, I think, with JK.
Right.
That was only the Cavs.
Okay. I thought that's who we were talking about. I wasn't sure.
Well, the reason we can't... We want the running joke of not saying Jonathan Kuminga, but we understand that people are driving, people are getting in their cars, and if they get in their car, they truly have no clue who we're talking about if we say Voldemort.
Okay, gotcha.
So if you've been listening for all 4 hours, of course you know.
Gotcha. Alan,
there are people getting in, getting out.
Made an effort to steer a great portion of the program today.
No,
in Kuminga's direction.
We did one segment and one question to Kristen.
And did we talk about it in this segment? How many segments is that?
For 3 minutes. We're at 13 minutes.
Okay. Kuminga's been all over. He's had his fingerprints
It's a
all over.
4-hour show.
3 segments already.
3% of the show. It's been 3% of the show.
All right, then. I'll move on. Would you like to hear?
But the last thing.
NBA Summer League winners and losers.
Oh, now that's
from
what we're
Stephen
talking about.
No.
Yes.
How about no, Stephen? All right, we've been accused of manufacturing drama. We had nothing to do with this. I was surprised when I saw it, And when Allen saw it, he's like, wait, what? So historically, right, Stephen, no. Summer League has not been predictive for rookies. Jalen Brunson, in his first year in Vegas, shot 23% from the field. Wemby was 2 for 13 in his debut, because you've got slapdash rosters, fast pace of games, developmental nature of the league leads to some sloppy games. So here are, according to Stephen No, Summer League winners.
Okay.
Wouldn't you have to at least wait till Summer League's over?
No. Well, then you do another one.
Okay,
then you
all right.
Update it.
Caleb Wilson.
Come on.
Yeah. Stephen No's tweet, today at Thomas and Mack, I saw God disguised as Caleb Wilson. I'm not making that up.
Wow.
Yeah. AJ Dybantsa, Wizard.
Come on.
Yeah. And he's just about done.
Yeah,
I think he's done.
You're not going to.
Kingston Flemings, congratulations.
Come
this
on.
means the most to the players, more than any other accolade, being named a Summer League winner or loser by Stephen
Before Summer League's over.
Yes. Yes. He says Flemings hasn't shot the ball particularly well, averaging 7 points per game, but he's doing everything else. Braden Burry's with the Bucks is a Summer League winner.
Congrats.
Honorable mentions.
Hey, oh, my goodness.
Koa Pete, Yaxel
Honorable
Lindeborg, Morris Johnson, Zuby Ejiofor, Alan Graves, Cameron Boozer, Baron Fallon,
All my guys.
Malik Thomas, Bruce Thornton, Dylan Mitchell, Baba Miller, and Tyler Nickel.
Wow. All my guys also half the league. Wow.
2026 Summer League losers.
Oh, no.
According to Stephen Mara. You know what? We're going to have those for you when we come back. We'll come right back with your list of Summer League losers. See if anybody we know is on this list. Also, something interesting going on at Summer League with players doing some coaching. It was okay for one team, but not for another. So which Kings player would you want coaching their Summer League team? We're back with all that and more. Brendan Nunes at the top of the hour, 2 from the Sack Shack. It's the Drive Guys in Vegas on Sactown Sports.
The Kings kicked off NBA Summer League with a win, but couldn't keep pace with the Washington Wizards in Game 2 with a doubleheader against the Nets and Celtics on deck. Who will step up to help get things back on track?
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is, what makes us different from other law firms? At Gingery, Hammer & Associates, we handle your case from beginning to the end. Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether it must go into litigation, or whether it has to go all the way to trial, we will be with you along the entire way. And because we are committed to your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown 411 16th Street and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. And there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
LeBron James to the Warriors story is developing. Is it coming together, Alan? What do we got? This is from a less than reliable source?
No, not that. It's
all right.
Look, in this day and age, everyone's bag is expanding. So front office sports is normally known for covering the business, right? Covering the business of media, right? And
just
and
you
things
see this
like that. And
screen
sports
back
in
here.
general, yes.
When you backpedal on this LeBron thing, please don't knock that off.
I'm not backpedaling. I'm just saying this is a breaking news enterprise for front office sports, and it's from Alex Schiffer. Okay, front office sports is legit. I'm just saying, not necessarily known for breaking.
Jay, is front office sports legit? They are.
Yeah. They're just not normally known for breaking sports news.
That's
right?
pretty much Sham these days, right? Shams Charania.
Yeah, that's it. It's a monopoly. Multiple Western Conference executives told Front Office Sports that they expect LeBron James to sign with the Warriors over the Cavs, per Alex Schiffer.
They expect, so it hasn't happened yet, or
no?
Yeah, at least not.
And there was always a chance.
Yeah, that was where I said he would go.
That's where we both said he should go.
Okay, all right.
The stars.
Well, we'll see. Mm-hmm. Is that what is that from the Kings' standpoint? Good or bad? I think it's good because you see him more.
Why is that good?
Because it's entertaining.
Yeah,
it's a thing. You know.
Yeah,
adds an element to that drama. Iron to that fire.
Yeah, it's only 1 year. See what they can do. I mean,
right. And if you beat them, I mean, can you imagine? They came into Golden One and you beat LeBron.
Oh, my goodness.
You beat LeBron and the Warriors?
True.
Yes.
Yeah. I wonder if they did. It would be tough for them to win it. But if they won it, would they all retire?
Poof.
You know?
Should.
I mean, if you're Steph, let's just say they won it, right? A lot of ifs. If they won it, LeBron joins, they somehow stay healthy. They're all 39 years old. Jimmy Butler. Now, I got to double check whose money. I know Butler, this is his second year of that 2-year deal, so I think he's done. So he's expiring. Draymond opted out. I don't know if he signed his new deal yet, or
he may be waiting.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's just do a 2-year player option. Whatever.
You know, now as a kid, I used to think, man, it's the greatest for an older player. You win a championship, you retire. Mm-hmm. If you win a championship and you could retire and you don't, what's wrong with you? You know, Elway could have done that, came back, won another one. Michael Jordan, I meant to say, did that and then came back later.
Right.
But once you're done playing, for the most part, that's it. If you're still capable of coming back, I don't blame anybody now. I mean, a guy like Michael Jordan, he's going to ruin his legacy. It did not tarnish his legacy in the least.
No. I understand why, the storybook ending, but these athletes don't really care about that.
Right. Vince Carter did not have a storybook ending.
No.
So what?
Right.
He was a great player, kept playing because he wanted to play.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many seasons where you don't win it that the idea of, oh, man, I could have left on top.
But LeBron's different. LeBron would want.
Yeah, he wants the narrative.
Right.
Yeah, to be, I did go out on top.
Yeah.
And because he could say that's something that Michael didn't do.
Yes.
I went out on top.
Yeah, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. Brendan Nunes will probably have the latest on that when he joins us at 5, huh?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
However, he is staying at the other wing of the Sack Shack, and I don't know if we have time to find him because he's supposed to be at 5.
It is big.
You got to take the bus over to that wing.
That's
wing.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
I
think they have a monorail now.
Yeah, I got some Uber credits. I will.
Okay.
I will.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Here they are from Stefan Nair, 2026 NBA Summer League losers. For those just joining us, we were laughing about this because it's premature. B, can you really be a Summer League loser? Day Mara is a Summer League loser, according to Stefan.
Oh, man. It's going to be hard to pick himself up.
He's looked much more like the player that struggled in his first 2 years at UCLA rather than the exceptional Michigan prospect. Darren Peterson is a Summer League loser? What the what? Peterson doesn't totally deserve to be in the loser section. He actually writes that.
Yeah.
He's done some things well in Vegas. It's been a bumpy ride. Hasn't shot the ball well. I guess he's saying he played better at the Utah Summer League than he has here in Vegas. Darius Acuff, there it is. Darius Acuff, according to Stefan No. We got to get Stefan No on the show.
I think we're going
a Summer League loser?
Yeah. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. What's going on?
If Acuff isn't a dynamic offensive player, then the Kings are in big trouble. His defense has been as bad as expected, where he's been inattentive and sloppy. And then he points out that even Darius Acuff has said many times publicly, I got to play better.
Yeah. It's a tough go, though.
So that might be the whole losers list, unless Keaton Wagler overreactions are on the losers list. And that's it. So
and then that Raheem Palmer, who they add to the article right there.
Yeah.
You just said Keaton Wagler is he's for the Ringer. Keaton Wagler is garbage, and it's just after one game. It's I think it was the beginning of it was the beginning of the second game, and then he played better in that second half.
Dead again, and we mentioned this earlier. Keaton Wagler last night was the poster child for don't overreact to Summer League games, because last night, partway through, it looked like, man, he's terrible. He doesn't belong here. Then he ended up having a wonderful game. So
it happens quick.
Yeah, he ran the gamut in the course of one afternoon. Interestingly, you may have noticed if you saw Boston play, Derek White was sitting on the bench with the coaches wearing a coach's shirt.
Okay.
Yeah, which is unusual. There was a member, I think it was Keontae George of the Jazz, on July 9th. The Jazz and his agent came to an agreement that he would be a coach for Summer League, and the NBA said, nah, you can't do that. We're not sure why, but they said you can't do that. Boston did it last night, so people are wondering whether maybe the Celtics just didn't tell the league and just did it. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Who on the Kings would you want as a coach on this Summer League team?
Ooh.
Just for the Summer League.
Yeah, for the Summer League. I feel like it's Keegan, right?
Keegan. See, Domas came to mind, and I know he was kind of doing some of that last night.
Right. It just feels like Keegan's been around, even though he's been injured. It feels like it's something Keegan would maybe want to do. So I would say Keegan. Yeah.
I had not thought of him.
Yeah.
I know his dad. I know you're very close.
Yes.
Dad is a coach. So,
yes. Exactly. It's in his blood.
So
now you're getting it. Yeah, I would say Keegan on that one.
Yeah, because they don't have as many veterans as they did. Yeah, I just think Zach would have no interest in doing that.
No, I wouldn't believe so. I don't know DeAndre Hunter enough to answer that question.
He's just such a a cipher, right?
Yeah,
And not in a bad way. It's just like, is he going to play? Why is he here?
Right.
How good is he? What is he like?
Right. Yeah, it'll be fun. Well, let's say it like this. It'll be I'm excited to get to know DeAndre Hunter more as a basketball player and as a person.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's on the Kings. He's wearing the purple. I've seen, that's how you know Kings fans are the best, because we have had DeAndre Hunter conversations on the Concourse Quest.
Yes, yes.
We definitely have.
And again, as far as LeBron to the Warriors, which it looks like there's some momentum now on that, but we don't know where it's going. I think the vast majority of Kings fans would say that's the worst thing I've ever heard of. But if LeBron went to the Warriors and the Kings, eventually they beat them, especially if it happened at Golden One Center. Mm-hmm. Oh, my goodness, that place would be rocking.
I mean, I think the over-under would not be wins. I think the over-under would be number of games they all played together.
Oh, yeah.
And if you did catch lightning in the bottle and you did get to face them healthy and you beat them, that would be a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a lot of fun.
It's also possible that they would be doing so much load management that they'd look at those Sacramento games as,
I feel like they would give Sacramento one if they were healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I think they all kind of.
Alan, what happened to the days where every other week the Warriors and the Kings were on national TV against each other?
Those days are gone.
Man.
The play-in, all of it.
October, November, it was like the game of the week.
Well, it was play-in, and then it was the in-season tournament as well. They just couldn't get enough.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA, they'll find a new cow to milk for sure. But when it's done, they do not. I don't need you. Well, we'll see. This Christmas thing. Now, that's something we haven't talked about in a while. I do wonder if that whole Christmas rumor was connected to the lottery. And with the kid, they didn't know who was going to get Dybantsa. And once
the rumor was that somebody released the schedule of Christmas jerseys, and one was a Kings jersey, but I think it was DeMar's jersey.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. I think it was more about, hey, we don't know who's going to get the number one pick in this draft, and that team we might need to get on national television.
Right. We should check with Brendan Nunes to see if he knows anything about that.
We will do so.
Yeah, what he thinks about Acuff and people just jumping off that bandwagon and manufacture drama. And LeBron to the Warriors, all that and more with Brendan Nunes joining us next here from the Sack Shack on Sactown Sports.
Take Sactown Sports with you everywhere you go with the Sactown Sports app. The most in-depth coverage of the Kings and 49ers. A library of written and video content. And all your favorite personalities all in one place. Download the Sactown Sports app today and get in on the action. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. As many of you know, my song Winning Streak is about my own personal struggles with addiction. I first sought help for my addiction at 14 years old. Start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at ChooseChangeCA.org. The real you is worth recovering. Choose Change California provides access to proven treatment options for addiction to opioids and stimulants. ChooseChangeCA.org. This is your chance to recover your life.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Carmichael Dave here. So proud to talk about my new friends at Pest Pros, where they are family-owned, they are locally rooted, and they are committed to serving Northern California. I got a mouse problem at my house, and I don't like mice. I got a cockroach problem at my house, and I don't like cockroaches. That's a real thing. You're going to get pest protection somewhere. Why not get it at a place that is locally owned and operated? Longtime Kings fans and partners and the community, yeah, you've spoken. They're back-to-back Sacramento favorites. So if you got pest control, you don't have Pest Pros. Step up to the pros with their all-star lineup. Don't just make the call, make the right call. Go to pestprosps.com, Sacramento grown, family owned, or call them at 916-588-9345. That's 916-588-9345. Step up to the pros at Pest Pros.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports, 1140, your local sports leader.
I'm alive and well, doing all right, surviving, bunking with Alan. That's been an experience so far, and we're only just getting started. So I'm doing a good time. I'm a little bit envious of my two coworkers just chilling in the pool, but all right, I guess I'll join you two.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get them. Yeah, we'll get them throughout the week.
You made a bad choice. If those are your options and you're sitting with us, I got to question your judgment.
I was in there a little earlier. It's all right.
Yeah.
So, Brendan, where are you at with this A-Cup? Well, to start off, I know you liked Phylon, and when I was talking earlier, I saw Chris shaking his head about, hey, this isn't necessarily, it was never about taking somebody instead of Acuff, but I don't want to speak for other people. So was there a world where, hey, the Kings are at 7, it was pretty clear that they were going to take Acuff. They made that very, very apparent. Was there a world where you wanted them to just simply take someone else? And maybe as I'm talking, I'm thinking maybe Chris was shaking his head because he would have rather had Kingston Flemings or somebody like that. Are you in that camp, or is it more about, my side of things? I'm just optimistic, Acuff, and I'm just hoping, honestly, for the best.
Yeah, it would have been Flemings for me too. But I do find it a little bit curious, like if Flemings, the I guess summer league campaign he's having, not really scoring the ball.
No, but that was really never his thing.
All. Yeah, and I think the Kings fans would probably feel a type of way about that, right? Like they need that go-to option. So as much as Darius has been iffy, and I think Summer League is kind of ridiculous at times. It's a lot of guys with personal agendas, as they should. They're trying to make the league. These teams got thrown together 2 weeks ago.
Right.
There's no real, they're trying to run some sets, but how much are we really implementing? It's probably harder to go out and beat a good college team than it is to go beat a Summer League team, right? I don't know that this is actually a higher level of competition. I think it is, right? Certain defenders in one-on-one matchups, the
players are better, but the teams aren't.
Yes, I think that's a good way to say it for sure. I think it would be a similar conversation. If Kingston is impressive right now, but it's all contextualized, and I don't think Kings fans, that's necessarily what they were looking for in the draft pick. So personally, I would have gone Kingston. I feel extremely validated. Obviously, Darius Acuff is not very good at basketball. That's clearly what we've learned from Summer League, since Summer League tells you everything that you could ever know.
Yes.
No, even though I wasn't a big Acuff guy, I'm definitely pump the brakes. This is summer basketball. Let's see how everything ends up playing out. Wemby struggles in Summer League. Cooper Flagg didn't have a great first game. I think that may have been against the Kings, if I'm remembering correctly. Just pump the brakes a little bit is where I'm at with all that.
Brendan, I can understand why some fans, Kings fans, might look at the way Acuff's played and say, they might say, that's not what I expected. That doesn't worry me. What worries me, if anything worries me about Summer League, is seeing how good some of these other teams are.
Yeah, some of them are put together better, I guess you would say. There's more it's the second-year guys, right, that you expect to really come through and have these big performances. And I think you saw Maxime Raynaud do that yesterday. I think that Neek has been a little bit up and down at times. Props to him for being the one to check AJ yesterday. And you like to see, he's a big Kobe guy. Every once in a while you see a little pivot, fade away, and I'm like, oh, there's Bean, coming through a little bit. I think that it's one of those where there's some of these teams that do just have more talent.
And by the way, when I say the teams are good, I don't mean the summer league teams like we just made the point.
Oh, yes.
But the organizations and what you see they're putting together.
Yeah, the Kings are a good bit behind. It's going to take them a little while here. I would say I don't have high expectations for the team this year. I think that's why everybody says that this is a great landing spot for Darius Acuff, because he's going to get to do whatever he wants is probably the wrong term, but I'm going to go with it anyways. That he's going to get to play through mistakes. He's probably not. He could be inefficient throughout the course of this year. That's not going to mean, whoa, slow down, we're trying to make the playoffs, And sure, I'm sure that is their goal, but also they need to accumulate more talent, As much as you've talked about AJ Dybantsa, like they still have Will Riley out there, or like Bilal Coulibaly, Keyshawn George, a lot of these other players around. Obviously, Utah, or in the guys that Washington traded for, obviously, Anthony Davis, Trae Young. Utah, Filipowski was balling out. Yeah,
Memphis scares me. Alan always says, he rolls his eyes when I say it, but Memphis is starting to scare me.
Really?
Yeah.
I think they're like around the Kings caliber
really?
Right now.
I hope you're right.
I think so. I think they might be around the bottom of the Western Conference. But there's not very many teams in that bottom tier, just like last year. So, yeah, Kings are a little bit earlier in the process, but I think they need to be honest. Like, I think their issue for years has been that they try to fast-track this, and then all of a sudden, we're back in the play-in. It's like, okay, well, what other young talent are we getting along this timeline? And there's not really an answer. So, honestly, best thing that could happen is they get another top 5 pick next year. I think people probably don't want to hear that, and maybe the lottery odds mean that they could still be somewhat competitive and not shake out their way. But they need more guys around Darius.
Do you think that the Kings fans, or do you worry about the relegation zone next season?
Ooh.
I don't really know how to answer that, I guess, because I feel like it's such a new thing that I'm kind of one of those guys. I'm like, I feel like we need to see it for a year and see how this is going to play out. And I guess that's a little bit of a cop-out answer. I'll say I worry to the point where I do think the Kings could be in contention for that, for sure.
Yeah.
And
that'll
maybe
be
that's
a new
why.
level of frustration for somebody, right? One thing the Kings, we know how bad they've been. They've never been in the relegation zone.
You're like, oh my God, we're bad, and it's a bad thing.
Yes.
Usually it's beneficial.
It just never has a name for it.
Right.
This is the name of something that stinks.
Doom.
Yes,
Doom.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, I think that they will be in that caliber, but there's probably teams in the East that are like even worse off, I would think. I don't know, the Kings will be near the bottom there. Was it 4 teams? 4 teams?
I was going to say the teams, because they're
I think
not
it's
a lot.
3, right? 3 relegated? I believe it's 3 of them.
I think it's 3.
It's 3.
Okay.
It's 3 because it's 4 through 10.
If I pulled up a list of teams right now, let's see what teams
New Orleans?
you're
going to say the Nets, the Pelicans, and the Kings.
I'm not saying the Kings, and he didn't say it either.
Well, I'm just saying the Nets, the Pelicans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Outside of them.
Chicago.
Chicago.
Milwaukee definitely in there.
Yeah.
After that, New
Put
Orleans.
some respect on Jaime Hawkins.
Memphis. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Braden Burries. Braden Burries. Yeah, so I think they'll be around that range, and it'll definitely be you guys will have plenty of content to talk about with all that.
Speaking of content, I got to ask you about this before we get back to basketball and LeBron, maybe going to the Warriors. Today, you and Chris and Frankie were nice enough. Well, Alan and I and Jay were working on the show. You guys went out and you got some things that we need here. And once you were out, I texted you and asked you to, could you get this or that? And you're like, yeah, sure. And you brought it back. Alan apparently texted you guys to bring back something, and apparently his request was just flat out denied.
Yeah, yours was a lot more reasonable.
Okay.
We were going to a grocery store. You asked for groceries.
That's true.
We were going to a grocery store, and Alan asked us to get sports materials, and so
like
I don't really know.
Football or something?
Yeah, he asked for a football.
He said, I think it was like a football, like basketball,
Or-
really any type of ball.
I said
is what he
football
said.
or frisbee or any type of activity ball.
Yeah. Activity ball.
And since we
could have got him an exercise ball.
Anything.
He's just bored twiddling his thumbs out here.
And I think he said, well, they're already out.
Yeah,
So-
I'm gonna get him like a diving toy.
Yeah, no.
All we need is a coin. I'll just throw a penny in the pool and be like, "Go fetch."
I'll just go dive to get it.
Exactly.
That's pretty much
Exactly.
it.
There were a couple coins by the pool today when you were in there. I wonder if that's how they got it.
Yeah, I mean, I had to, do something.
Yeah,
I used to do that when I was
All
little.
right.
Yeah. The other draft picks.
So that was answered. Thank you. Yes.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
It was his
answered.
fault. He was ridiculous.
It was ignored. So I'm just going to ignore.
Well, I told you
that.
we got something else to keep you entertained.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. The other draft picks in Alex Caravan and Emmanuel Sharp. Alex Caravan. I mean, even Jerry Reynolds said, "Oh man, I'm not really too sure about what he is going to be or his ceiling." I liked him at UConn. I liked watching him during March Madness. Obviously, he hasn't gotten to play a lot. Brendan, I'm just starting to worry about minutes, right? And Whitey hasn't necessarily worried the same way, but I'm looking around. You bring Precious Achiuwa back. I think a lot of people are going to think about last season and how bad the Kings were, and everybody's just going to get to play, right? And everyone fell in love with Daquan Plowden, and good on him for getting a contract. But even Maxime Raynaud, like, none of these dudes were supposed to play. So I do worry that this could turn into a frustrating season, not just because of the record, but also because some of your favorites might not be getting the same amount of time that they were getting last season, or some of your new favorites, Emmanuel Sharp or Alex Caravan. I don't know, Brendan. I know it's a little early to look at rotational minutes, but it does feel like there are only so many minutes to go around.
Yeah, I mean, Darius is going to play, obviously. Starting point guard is the expectation. I'd be shocked if anything else doesn't happen. After that, like, it's the 29th pick and the 45th pick. Like, these guys shouldn't be guaranteed minutes in my mind. And maybe he will beat out Precious. He also has a very different skill set than Precious Achiuwa. Like, one night, hey, we're not shooting the ball very well. We're going to put AK in the game. Next game, hey, like, we are really struggling to defend Cooper Flag right now. We're going to go ahead and put Precious out there. We need more length, flexibility, whatever it may be. Maybe Caravan can play next to Precious, and Precious is a small ball 5, you know? So, like, to me, it's – I don't think of Caravan as like he's going to be in the rotation every single night from night one.
Yeah.
And maybe he'll prove himself in training camp and end up earning that. Obviously, really accomplished at UConn. I wonder how much of a culture shock it could be. Like, I don't know if you guys heard his interview with Jason Ross, where he's talking about, like, I'm a winner, you know, I'm bringing that here. I'm like, you might have to get used to losing for half a second, to be honest.
Just for a little.
And I think that could be a little bit tough on some guys, obviously. There's a lot of players. I think you hear Cooper Flag, like, come in and obviously different caliber, but, like, extremely successful throughout his whole career. And he's like, man, I've never lost like this in my life. You know, like, this is crazy. So it's going to be an adjustment year one on and off the court for him, I'm sure. And I don't think he needs to be guaranteed minutes. We'll see how it plays out. Injuries do happen. That was the reason that last year guys like Daquan Plowden and all these other guys were getting a lot of reps. So, you know, you never want that to happen, but you always have that insurance there. And hey, if he spends some time in Stockton, you know, you're going to have to take the trip down there with me.
I might have
Whitey.
to.
Like, you guys, you know, we get some good seats down in Stockton. Check that out. And I think that's probably where Emmanuel Sharp will spend a decent amount of his season as well. You know, I mean, I think that he, and I definitely could be wrong with that, but like you just look at the guard depth, and maybe the answer here is, well, when Domas gets traded, when if Zach gets traded, this clears up spots, whether that's the big or the wing, if we're talking about Emmanuel or Caravan, and maybe that clears it up a little bit. But throughout the course of the season, I think there's guys ahead of them that would honestly have to lose their spots in order for those guys to step in. And hey, 82 games, that's probably going to happen at some point. Like, they'll get their chances. I just don't know. I'm not inking them into the starting rotation.
Brendan Nunes, as you know, our Sactown Sports Kings reporter, don't call him an insider, Alan. He does not like that. He's a reporter, not an insider.
We're not here to just, like, spill all the tea. You know, I know that's kind of your vibe. I'm not opposed.
I'm just
like, I am inside the building.
You know,
I'd be hearing things.
Okay.
How about you, Alan? Would you rather be a reporter or an insider? Alan's going to be an insider, right?
I would say insider, reporter, and journalist.
Yeah. Be that as it may, all that, yes. You can't label me. I'm wondering if you agree that looking ahead to camp, one of the biggest battles, most interesting battles, could be Nick Clifford and Emmanuel Sharp. I know they're not necessarily the same position, but I see something maybe brewing there. Speaking of minutes, as Alan was.
Yeah, I think could provide similar things, you know, like defensively for sure. I think Sharp defends higher or up from his position. Like, I love his physicality. I feel like he's going to end up being like the new Keon Ellis type of conversation. You know what I mean? Of, hey, this guy defends really well and he can shoot the three, and he hasn't really shot the three well out here, but I'll take the all-time Houston leader in made threes over the 5 summer league games that we've seen or whatever it may be. I I just think Neek does have the upper hand, and deservedly so. There is more size. Sharp, we saw bringing the ball down the floor a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, it surprised me.
I still think that obviously Neek is better at that. We're trying to figure out who's the backup point guard on this team.
Yeah.
And Scott Perry mentioned, well, we got some ball handlers between Neek and Malik Monk in that second unit. So I do think that there's a difference. I would give a clear edge to Neek Clifford, but that could be the answer to what we're talking about earlier of somebody drops the ball a little bit and all of a sudden, hey, you're not really cutting it in this half. We're going to go to Emmanuel Sharp in the second half there.
As you watch Summer League and kind of start to get excited, right, on some level, at the very least, just that the new season is here, does it change how you feel at all about, you see Domas dapping up Maxime and obviously
sitting next to Scott Perry, the guy trying to trade him.
Yeah. Well, Scott said, we talk all the time. We have a good relationship. Are you getting closer to, hey, let's just pack this thing up and we'll revisit during the season? Domas just got back on the court last week. He's available, yes, but we're also going to start to massage this thing just in case there aren't any takers and we have to go into the season. We might just say, you know what, garage sale over. Let's just play it out and see what happens, and we'll revisit in December.
Yeah, I don't know what Domas's mindset is, but I'd imagine at this point in your career, you probably want to play some winning basketball.
Right.
And I think, like we said, none of us expect the Kings to necessarily be in that spot. It would surprise me if he expects the Kings to be in that spot between this year and next year, but by the time his contract expires. And Scott Perry's whole superpower, I would say, outside of just being in the league forever and knowing everybody, is his transparency. I think that's something that he's phenomenal at. And so if he's sitting having an honest conversation with Domas of, hey, look, it's probably mutually beneficial for us to want to move on in a different direction, but I also do appreciate having you here, and I think that you can be helpful to the game of Darius Acuff. That's who we're going to build around, but we can still play that DHO game. That's a useful thing for Darius Acuff to learn. Obviously, that didn't go super great with Zach, but maybe that can be ironed out a little bit as they've had a little bit more time together, even if they didn't see the floor that much sharing it last year.
Right.
So I think it's one of those where it's kind of same spot it's been for a while. There's no need to rush, but it is good to see that because we haven't seen Domas around very often.
No.
Hardly at all. And, that's typical offseason stuff, but it's good to see him around, especially given everything that's been floated around. And I think it's a credit to Scott's ability to communicate with these guys.
I need to take a moment to let you know what a great reporter Brendan is, because yesterday we were all on the plane in Sacramento and they had a problem with their equipment, so we're on the ground for 3 hours waiting to take off. Yet Brendan from the plane was tweeting if he was reporting on the Kings
Insider
lineup.
information.
Yes, from inside the plane.
It's true.
Yeah. That's I know Jay pointed that out on X. As far as Maxime and Acuff go, how many more games do you think they will play? How many more games do you think they should play?
I think Acuff should be out there the whole time, personally. I mean, maybe you don't want to play him in the back-to-back. I think they play Tuesday, Wednesday. If you want to sit him out the second game, then sure. Or maybe the first one, you don't want to play him 2 in a row. I'd understand something like that. But maybe you also want him to get a taste of back-to-backs. I think Acuff should be out there. Max, I don't know. How much does he want to play? He said yesterday that he's obviously trying to help out these first-year guys, but that he wants to go dominate out there.
Right.
And I do find it a little funny. I feel like everybody's putting him on these too good for summer league lists.
Max?
Yeah. And he was really good. I didn't think he was oh my God, this guy's ridiculous.
Yeah.
He was definitely good.
Right.
It was a good game, but I feel like people are talking about it wow, this was insane. And again, not to take anything away from him, I feel like there still could be more there, right? We want to see the threes. I believe he was 2 for 5 yesterday with
correct.
that. And
see, that's awesome. That's one of those things you go, oh, yes. We want that to continue.
It's what you want to see. I always go back to my first summer league seeing Bam Adebayo run point guard, right? You get to let these guys do things that they normally would not get to do at the NBA level. Shoot, Max, take 10 of them. Just get those shots up. So as long as he still wants to be out there, I'm all for it. Maybe one more game sort of thing for Max while we're out here.
That's what I say.
Yeah.
Did you see that video of Dylan Cardwell that was floating around of him, and he was putting up threes and a bunch of stuff? I thought we'd see more of that, but he kind of just has gone back to what he normally does. And I'm just because we're talking about, hey, who should still be playing, who shouldn't.
Yeah.
I guess my whole thing is, if you are going to play what you're saying, Brendan, maybe do some different type of stuff. It feels like Dylan Cardwell has played well, but he's he's done what he always does, right?
Yeah, I feel like he's taken more like these hook shots around the basket. You know, I feel like his touch on non-dunks are not exactly a specialty of Dylan
We
Cardwell,
watched
to be
that
blunt.
in person.
His free throws are night and day from last year.
Yeah.
There's a whole different routine.
Yeah,
which is something to work on for sure. But yeah, I think the finishing around the basket would be the big one for me, and kind of just allowing him to get more of those looks off. That's something where, you know, we saw him miss and get his own rebound 2 or 3 times on those occasions. Like, you're doing that in the NBA. We're sitting there like, dude, like, come on, you know, like somebody else is wide open in the corner, whatever it may be. And maybe not. Kings season be about development or whatever you want to call it there. But I think that's sort of it for him, is being able to take more of these touch shots around the basket. Because, you know, I was in a practice a few years ago and watched JaVale McGee splash a whole lot of threes.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's really doing that in an NBA game, you know? So take these clips with a grain of salt. Not everybody can be Andre Drummond and all of a sudden become a three-point shooter.
Did you guys realize that last night, Cardwell, and this isn't the first time he's done this, he had 4 assists.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
nice.
moving the ball a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to see. That's another thing for Max, too. I think both of those guys, letting them facilitate and allowing Darius to play off the ball a little bit more. Or
what do you think of those 2 bigs in the lineup as they were last night?
I mean, I think we've seen a lot of it last year, too. So I like the idea of it a little bit. I still think that Max feels like more of a 5 to me. Defensively, I kind of define positions by who can you guard, and I don't know. There's certain lineups where Max can guard a 4. If that 4 is Tobias Harris, you know, which is not like the highest caliber of these guys, no shade to Tobias, like Max running through screens is a disaster, you know, and that's nothing against Max. That's just the frame, the build, the agility that he's sort of working with. So it's a curious thing to me, and I think it's very matchup dependent on where that could work. But I am kind of curious we don't see him at like the 5 more often.
Yeah.
I was trying to think about our initial exercise about, who are the Kings going to be better than, and it's going to take a while, right, Brendan? And I understand that. Maybe it's one more season, see if the Kings get lucky. Let's say they don't, right? And we were talking to Kristen Peak, NBA draft analyst for ESPN. Let's say they don't. Let's say they get 5 in a thin draft, okay? Let's say they get the 5th pick next season. At what point do you think, because what we're seeing, the Wizards decide, I know the Wizards got a bunch of top picks, so it's a little different, but that's not reality anymore. So at what point do you think Scott Perry will say, yeah, all right, we're at the table, we're at the roulette table, we're waiting for me personally, you know, I got 4, 23, those are some of my numbers.
Okay.
You know, 18, those are my numbers. I'm waiting for one of my numbers to hit, right? It's been 3 years, okay? 3 years. And my number hasn't come up. We're going to have to go the trade route. How far? Because you can't just sit there and continue to you can't just sit there.
I don't know. You kind of can.
I think that's a rough life.
But if you like, what type of trade are we talking about?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Because you still have to have your number 1, 2, and 3 sort of options, right? Like laid out in a specifically.
I'm saying you don't have that.
I'm
saying you're waiting. You're waiting. Right. It's 2 years from now, or after next draft. You say we got a 5th pick. We have no clue.
Yeah.
We didn't get Stokes. We didn't get any of the top 3 in next year's draft. We have to do something.
I don't know that they have to. I guess would be my thought. Like how long was Washington bad for? And I know that that's not something you want to look forward to. But if you want the light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay. Well, I think what you said is interesting because a lot of people, and I think a lot of fans, whether they be hardcore or maybe just more on the surface, tanking's gone now. And Whitey and I have had these conversations that tanking isn't gone. You just can't be awful. But if the Kings finish 4th worst the next 4 years, they've essentially tanked, right? You've tanked. Only your odds are not as astronomically better as they used to be. So I don't know.
It's just not being a play-in team.
Right.
Is what tanking is,
right,
essentially.
Exactly. But I'm just saying, if you don't get lucky at some point, you're going to look at these draft picks and say they're not really worth that much.
Well, you just got to hit on the draft picks no matter where you're picking. is kind of how it is. Like,
and hope they're worth something to someone who says, "Oh, you may not like the draft, but we love so and so that we know we can get with your pick."
Right. You don't want to have to take a lottery pick and then attach a second rounder to him 3 years later to move him to the Atlanta Hawks or whatever team.
The Hawks.
It could be anybody.
Okay.
Could be anybody.
The Hawks.
Theoretical.
Yeah. But I think that you have to hit on those picks no matter where you're at. If they're in the 5th spot next year, this is a weak draft, quote unquote. I'm not somebody that's sitting there watching all these high school things. I can't tell you I'm super up to date the next draft, but I do know it's supposed to be a little bit weaker. Yeah, we had some NYBL stuff out here. Can't say we were out there, but
I'm trying to get out there. Oh yeah.
I might have seen you. out there.
The polo.
But hey, a guy could still be really nice in one of these drafts.
Yes.
There are weak drafts that end up being pretty dang good and having good players. If I'm remembering right, like Jaylen Brown's draft was talked about as a weak draft.
Right.
And Jaylen ends up being a pretty good player, and he was, I think,
Jamal
third
Murray was in that draft too.
Jamal Murray. Like, there are good players in these weaker drafts. And so I think the answer is, like, you just kind of got to hit on these picks no matter where you're at.
It's just the Kings, I guess what I'm saying is, and maybe this is Captain Obvious, they just have such a tiny margin of error. It's just so small. It's so small, especially being in the East.
I would say especially in the West. Especially
in the West.
if
we're on the East wing.
There you go. That's fine. I mean, I think it's a small margin for error, like, if you're giving it this, like, small timeline, like you kind of are. Like, I kind of think this is, in my mind, this is a rebuild. Like, and we'll have to see what the new lottery odds do for that and how it changes it. But, like, I think the right way to do it is that this is going to take a sec. Like, it might be when people say, hey, we want to make sure that when we get back to the postseason that we're there for a while. That might mean that it's going to take a sec to get back to the postseason.
Yep.
Right.
Like, it could be 4 years until they're back in the playoffs.
The scary thing is, under the old system where teams could tank, you had roughly some idea how long it might take.
Right.
You could see teams, Detroit took this long and Houston took this long. However, this system's like, we don't really know. We don't know. But I want to ask you before we let you get out in our pool there with Frankie.
Yeah. I need some color.
If LeBron does go to the Warriors, that seems to be gathering steam, but we'll see. What does that mean for the Kings?
Nothing at all, to be honest. It means that there's going to be 2 more games in Golden One Center that are unfortunately filled with a bunch of Warriors fans. It would mean a lot to me, to be honest, because I have a lot of family that is Warriors fans that have hated LeBron for, like, their entire lives, and I would absolutely love to see them have to shift, or, like, how they would deal with this.
Yeah.
Are they going to, like, hate watch
this about him?
Yeah. I'll tell you guys off air. My grandpa, like, has told me for years these insane thoughts that he has about LeBron.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's great stuff. So it would mean a lot to me. I would absolutely love it, and I would find it highly entertaining. I also think Bron and Steph playing together would be pretty fun and more dangerous than people give it credit for.
The only thing I came up with on the Kings angle is if they came here and the big stars played and the Kings beat them in Golden One. Can you imagine the jubilation in Golden One?
It would be great.
Yeah,
it would be
LeBron
great.
and the Warriors at the same time.
Yeah. Maybe it'll mean that, Draymond Green becomes available. I think the funniest outcome is that Draymond somehow is not on that team when LeBron is there, which probably wouldn't happen. There's that connection, which I think you might be leading into here.
Yeah, that would be pretty funny. Sources: LeBron James' recent time and conversations with Draymond Green have left him giving even stronger consideration to potentially joining the Warriors.
Consideration, potential, yeah.
Brett Siegel.
All right.
Do you think he already knows what he wants to do?
He knows. I feel like it's yes, but I don't know. I think there might be something tugging at him.
I wouldn't be surprised
can you get my boy AD somewhere.
How about some of this is like a trial balloon? There's something he wants to see. Let's see how these people react to it or those people react
like
to
it.
Like
the
NBA.
NBA.
Out there.
Yeah.
What if my agent put a whole whiteboard up of possibilities and pitched it to the world?
Right.
We'll see how they react.
Yeah. Well, thank you for stopping by. I know we're staying in the same place, but this place is so big, I'm not sure I'll see you again until we're back on the plane.
Yeah. No problem. It might be a little bit, but
good luck with your roommate.
Thanks. Yeah.
Roomie.
He's like talking to me while I'm trying to go to sleep last night.
No, that was you.
I was doing that. Yeah, I was doing
that. We'll come back with what's cooking. I'll tell you what's cooking, a brand new top 10 quarterback list for 2026. Where is Brock on this list? We'll find out next on Sactown Sports.
The top young talent is on display at NBA Summer League, and Sactown Sports has boots on the ground. Join Jason Ross, Whitey Gleason, and Alan Stiles as they broadcast live from Las Vegas, presented by Power Business Technology. And stay locked into SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports YouTube channel for the latest on every game, every practice, and all things Kings this summer. Power Business Technology, copiers and printers for your office needs.
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies. We'll see a decrease as we go through the overnight and into tomorrow morning. Temperatures will be ranging in the mid to upper 60s to start your Tuesday and then heat up into the triple digits by Tuesday afternoon. Get the latest forecasts on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Oh, the Sacramento heat. Right now, get your AC professionally tuned up for as low as just $59 and enjoy your summer nice and cool. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Summer restrictions apply. License 696-355.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging.
Let me check that for you.
To help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology.
Order up, Sacramento.
And for you, sir?
I will have the gabagool. The dinner bell rang, and it's time to find out what's on the menu.
Lunch? Oh, you gotta be kidding. Lunch is for whips.
So fire up the grill and crank up the burners, because it's time to find out what's cooking on the Drive Guys.
Give me all the bacon and eggs you have. Do you understand?
Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
I'll have what she's having.
The weather is cooking here in Vegas. No surprise.
It certainly is. It doesn't feel terrible today.
No, but it doesn't. But I just noticed last night, as we were leaving the restaurant, just happened to look at the clock. It was 11:03, and the temperature was 103.
Wow.
A lot of
Make a
ones.
wish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously that's part of the deal here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like it. It's a little warm, but I like it.
Do you? Yeah, you win for your early run today. NBA Summer League is here, so are we. Sactown Sports 1140 crew out in full force here in Las Vegas, thanks to Power Business Technology. To be your eyes and ears for all things Kings. Power Business Technology, copiers and printers for your office needs. We appreciate them helping us out. Appreciate Alan Stiles with his Concourse Conquests, as he calls it.
That's right. Or Concourse Quests.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
They're coming out soon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You got more?
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot we've already done, so we'll be releasing it throughout the week. And we're going to get some more stuff these next couple days here. Hopefully, we will be at a Kings game before the Kings game starts on Tuesday.
We will be.
So.
Oh, wait. Well, depends what time.
Oh, yeah. Actually, we won't.
Well.
Yes, everybody else will. Yeah. So we'll be, hey, if you're going to be out there, come find us. We'll be walking around the concourse. Chris and I walked around the concourse, I think, 5 times yesterday looking for you, but it was funny because you were somewhere else on the concourse.
I was looking for you, and I figured you guys were going to be in a spot so I would find you.
So we kept,
but you kept going.
Yeah.
So there was, yeah,
we figured it out though. Eventually,
why didn't you just wait where you were and I would have found you?
Because we wanted to find you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I was moving, looking for you. Anyway, here we are.
Here we are,
and we have here from ESPN.com. Yeah, because as excited as we are for Summer League, camps are opening soon.
I'm ready.
You should see Alan every time we go anywhere near Allegiant Stadium.
Oh, man.
Well, that is a good-looking stadium.
Oh, my gosh. I get goosebumps. Fernando, it's time. It's time.
And it is a good-looking stadium.
It is. It's sleek.
Yeah. The baseball stadium, I know I'm a naysayer. I always will be. It just seems like the lot that it's on is not big enough.
Well, that's why they've been playing at Sutter Health Park, to get everybody used to the tight quarters.
Oh, what an intimate setting.
Yes, it's still going to be intimate in Vegas as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does look tight. When we were driving by, Jay was navigating, riding shotgun. I was in the back seat, and I'm on my phone, and Jay says, yeah, there's the stadium. I looked up, and I saw 2 poles and 1 crane. I'm like,
yeah,
it's
rest? Got that one piece going all the way across that arch, which I guess holds up, I don't know, the roof or those pennants that they're supposed to have or something.
Yeah, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, great location for Vegas is right there, but also feels like, now that I'm thinking about it, an absolute driving nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Because at least Allegiant Stadium is off the beaten path a little bit. That is going to, you just cannot. You can't. You just got to be on the strip and just walk.
Well, they're going to have to put parking somewhere, right? Obviously, there's not room there. I don't know how close it'll be. Yeah. I hear that the A's are in negotiations with Easy Rent car rental to maybe they might have a parking thing there and then just
a shuttle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Then
Sources,
shuttle people over.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
But I don't know that.
Okay.
I do know this. We have a brand new top 10 quarterbacks list from ESPN.com for 2026, and it's based on input from the likes of coaches, scouts, and executives.
Now, this is legit, baby.
Will Brock Purdy be on the list?
I don't think so.
Jay? No. Chris, will Brock Purdy be on the list? Top 10 quarterbacks.
Wow.
No,
You
okay.
just laughed.
One is Josh Allen.
Oh.
Last year, he was 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I should have asked you guys to guess one, but, we pretty much always know who's at or near the top.
What
Number
order?
2, Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, chip on his shoulder.
Last year, he was 1. Now he's 2.
The league is in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Number 3, Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
Last year, he was 6. All the way
All
up
right.
to 3. Again, this is a top 10 quarterbacks list for 2026 based on input from scouts, executives, and coaches.
Okay.
Number 4. You tell Jay because I don't want to tell him. Joe Burrow.
I don't even like that.
Joe Burrow.
Yeah, this is
Last year
getting
was-
to be a little much here.
What? Last year he was 3rd. This year he's 4th. This guy's phenomenal.
Did he even play?
Durability concerns. I'll give you
think?
that. A little bit, yeah. One NFL personnel evaluator said, best pocket movement in the league, accelerated vision, best in the league. Not big or fast, slightly above average on, but the other stuff makes him go. All right, you guys wouldn't have him that high.
No, this is ridiculous.
Number 5.
And I like Joe Burrow. I like Joe Ice.
You do like him?
Yeah, I like Joe Burrow.
So
I like him, but
you think
that's
too
ridiculous.
high?
Yeah, it's too
just
much.
because of the.
You got to do. It's like the Justin Herbert thing, but worse. Why is it that some of these guys they go to a championship and it's the biggest deal ever? Other guys go to the championship and nobody cares.
Well, it's because these talent evaluators, Alan, as you know, being a pseudo GM, they're not just looking at how many games a guy's team won. That's important, but they're also looking at what he does.
At some point, the guy's got to stay on the field.
Such a quick decision maker. The ball is out. The ball is out. It's so frustrating.
And also, his offensive group is ridiculous. What about that?
Burrow's 16 games with at least 300 passing yards and 3 passing touchdowns over the past 5 seasons are 2 more than anybody else, including number 5, Lamar Jackson. Last year, number 4. This year, number 5.
Yeah. So Joe Burrow had a better year than Lamar?
I don't think it's just based on what they did last year. They're just ranking the quarterbacks for how good they think they are.
Okay.
Yeah. Number 6, Dak Prescott.
That's your guy.
Last year's ranking, unranked.
Okay.
Yeah, this year, number 6. Yeah.
I mean, I obviously feel like that's high. I know there are a lot of people that think he's a super skilled quarterback. That feels high to me.
He just did really well with all the voters. He appeared on nearly 75% of the ballots.
Again, nobody. You just don't have to win anything.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have to win it. Winning optional.
Number 7,
remember
there's your guy.
No, hold on. Oh yeah, no, keep going.
Justin Herbert.
Yeah, remember, kids, winning is optional in life. Winning is optional. You don't need to win. You don't need to win.
Last year he was 7th. This year he's at 7th. He's phenomenal. Yeah, he appeared on nearly 80% of the ballots. Why? Because coaches, executives, and player personnel evaluators understand the value of being good at what you do.
I like Justin Herbert. I do. I don't really have a huge problem with him at 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You had me fooled. Number 8, Drake May.
At least he won.
Last year, unranked.
See, he fell off a cliff in the playoffs.
Size, athleticism, accuracy, playmaking, upside through the roof, poise, and toughness.
What is this based on?
He had 0 weapons and a shaky O-line and made it work. This is based, Alan, on coaches, talent evaluators, and scouts. And people ask them, who's the best quarterback? And they made their list based on who they think is the best player at the quarterback position.
Wasn't Jaden Daniels probably wasn't he 4 last season? This is ridiculous.
I don't know. Number 9 is Jared Goff. Last year he was
now
9.
that's a winner.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a winner.
One coordinator said this guy wins. Number 10 is Caleb Williams, Chicago Bears.
The Iceman.
Which means you were right, Alan. Brock Purdy is not in the top 10.
Man.
Honorable mentions.
Okay, let's hear it. Come
Sam Darnold, Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love. You're not a Jordan Love guy.
I can't get away from this dude. And Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl. Can we bring back winning? Can we bring
Does that
back
make him the
winning?
best? Okay, so he's number 1 because he won the
No,
Super
he
Bowl.
should be in the top 10.
Honorable mention.
Honorable mention with Jaden Daniels, who played 2 games. That's disrespectful.
Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, and Brock Purdy, along with Jalen Hurts.
That's the whole league. That's every starting quarterback.
They were honorable mention, but they did not crack the top 10.
Ridiculous.
Also receiving votes, Bo Nix, Daniel Jones, and C.J. Stroud. Some say it's a big year for him.
It is a big year for C.J. Stroud. That's the whole league. Whitey, that's every team with the starting quarterback. You realize that? That's
All those
every
10
team.
quarterbacks are the every quarterback for every team?
No, your honorable mention, your honorable mention, your secondary honorable mention, your third team honorable mention.
I just read you the list.
Well, that list
and pointed out where your judgment was.
Was that Fowler? Was that Jeremy Fowler?
It was actually scouts, executives,
Anonymous,
and coaches.
Anonymous.
They were the ones that were asked about this. Yeah. You know what? Maybe I should send it to you.
This is just, is
Sounds
this
like maybe you need
upside?
some time to,
Is this upside? What is this?
some time to look it over, digest
What is
it a
this?
little. Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to sneak Brock in there. It is.
He didn't make it. He was mentioned, but he didn't make it. When we come back, how comfortable do you feel with the idea of Acuff being the man for the Kings? Does he need some help? I know where that discussion is going. It's next here from Las Vegas. Drive Guys will wrap things up on Sactown Sports.
Just 4 games into his NBA career, Darius Acuff Jr. continues to impress with his court vision and ball handling. But after another inefficient night from the floor, can the young point guard find his rhythm in time to take on fellow lottery pick Michael Brown Jr. and the Nets?
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer, and Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust. Along with my partner and associates, I have been helping accident survivors recover for their injuries for over 25 years. And we can help you. There's no charge for calling, so please call us today.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready, Sacramento. The Gold Rush Classic is back and bigger than ever. August 6th and 7th in Rancho Murrieta, where the stars and guitars come out to play. Tee it up alongside legends, Hall of Famers Rick Barry, Tim Brown, Marshall Faulk, and Sterling Sharp. Plus fan favorites Reggie Theus, Olden Polynice, Fernandez, Lloyd Merriweather, Ostertag, and Greg Vaughn. Think you've got game? Take your shot at the $1 million hole-in-one. Step up to the Celebrity Challenge. Then, cap the night with an incredible farm-to-fork dinner and live concert under the stars, featuring the Cripple Creek Band. It's golf, it's music, it's an experience you don't want to miss. Proudly supported by Northern California Roofing, trusted since 1999. And Pace Supply. Streamline your supply, maximize your success. Sponsorships are available now. Visit goldrushclassic.org. That's goldrushclassic.org. We'll see you there.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Here we are at Summer League, getting close to wrapping up our first show. We have a lot of content beyond this show, and of course we'll be with you all week long. Alan's cavalcade of concourse, it's great. Bringing you some Whitey's poolside thoughts every day, and we have a lot more to come, so thank you for being with us. I just wanted to touch on something related to baseball real quick before we get back to the Kings. We just had this weekend the MLB draft, and it reminds me of one of my favorite stories Alan has ever told me about how one of his friends called him during the draft because he saw him on TV.
It's
and
a great story.
Yeah,
we tell it every year.
Yeah.
We tell it every year. After my junior year, Temple University wasn't a great year, but, it wasn't a bad year, but not a draftable year, in my opinion.
But you never know,
You
right?
never know. Hey, we've been following you or whatever the case is. And my buddy calls me or texts me during the draft, and, when you get later in the rounds, there's a you get called, sure, but it could maybe take some time or whatever it is. It's not as if you're sitting around waiting. Like, people are just this is back when there were, I think, 40 rounds or something. So you never know. And my buddy texted, yo, you're on MLB Network right now during the draft. I'm like, goosebumps. We did it. Did we do it? I go, what are you talking about? Stop messing with me. Oh, yeah. Pat Light just got drafted. You're on his highlight reel. It looks like you K'd twice. And I did. Yeah. I K'd twice. Pat Light went in like the first supplemental round. He was at Monmouth. Big pitcher, got drafted to the Red Sox. Played for, he might have got a cup of coffee. But yeah, I was on his highlight reel, Whitey. Every year.
Man, your friend should have some idea that there's a better way to approach that. Right?
He was excited for me.
Really?
He was excited for me. Yeah, but that's a good one.
Yeah,
I'll never forget that one.
Oh, but you really did think for a second?
Not really, but I'm just like, well, what else could it be? Right. Oh, a highlight reel. I didn't even know that game was televised. Guess it was on Monmouth Plus, whatever it was. So
did you ever tell Pat Light, hey, thanks to me, you got drafted?
Yeah. Hey, you owe me a steak dinner, buddy. That slider you kept throwing me. Because his whole thing was he threw, that was the fastest I ever faced, 96. That's what he was clocked at, 96. And he was just toying with me. I was batting 9 that game, and he was just trying out stuff, right? Slider. I'm thinking I'm the 9-hitter. I'm just gearing up. What are you going to waste your time, you know what I mean, with me? And he's working on sliders and change-ups. I'm like, man, I did ground out once.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it was a K and a ground out.
One time I faced a guy who was going to get drafted that summer. His name was John Bonet, and he actually ended up pitching for the Cleveland for a couple starts. He threw so hard. He threw the first pitch, and I swung, and one of our coaches said, you have to swing before the ball gets past you.
And he just got – how old were you?
Like 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty early.
Yeah, maybe 16. Early. Yeah. I walked and stole second off him, Mel. That's how
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's not easy to steal bases off a flamethrower.
Well, it was like we won our league, and they were the 550 team, and so it was like kind of a little
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's better than I did. I'll tell you that much.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. But speaking of the draft, can we see Darius Acuff have a really good game and then say, okay, that's good, your work this summer is done? Can we do that tomorrow? Because he's probably not going to play both games, right?
He's not. And if they don't win, then they're done, right? Or done as far as the Summer League Championship. And I got to check those standings, by the way. It feels like everybody is beating everyone. I don't know who, or maybe the Wizards haven't lost yet. I got to check. But, they lost. No, they beat the Jazz. So I think the Wizards might be undefeated. But, yeah, you have a good game. I would say just shut it down. Shut it down.
But you want Maxime. You're already telling Maxime.
He shouldn't even be out there.
No, one more game.
No.
If that was a plan, as I think it was, because he said last week when he was being interviewed before he played his first game, he said, I'll probably play the next couple games. So he played one. It was really good. As Brendan said, it's not like he was dominant or anything, but it was really good, especially because he's making the 3. I mean, that's going to open up. I remember we talked about it last year, and you were saying he's got to make the 3.
Yeah,
and we were
saying
eventually, maybe not right now,
right.
But yeah, he's playing now like, to him, this is part of my game. Shooting a 3 ball.
Yes. And I think, to your point, he is working on stuff that he wants to obviously have when the season starts. If he was just, banging down low, then I would say, this is a waste of everybody's time. But I don't think he has to play. But to your point, if he's going to play and do other stuff, then there is a reason for him to be out there. So I'm okay with it.
Yeah. So can we say that the Wizards probably made the right choice by taking Dybantsa first? I'm a big Peterson guy, but he ended up on Steph No's list of Summer League losers.
Oh, yeah. And if you end up on one of those lists,
your career's done.
Exactly.
That's way worse than being on the Madden cover.
Oh, yeah. It's a wrap for you. I mean, I just think watching him last night, and we only got to see the second half, but in person. And then he walked right by us, and I told you, people, he's literally as close to me as you are right now. And he's walking by me, and people are taking videos, and I'm just kind of staring at him in awe because you hear these heights and you don't really know, And that's why I always say, and we can, shameless, whatever, all y'all be lying about heights because you'll see like a Dybantsa and he looks tall, but you're obviously if there was a back-to-back, it would be a Cam Newton situation for me all over again at Super Bowl, and we don't need that where I look like a Boy Scout. But when you look at these guys, they don't look like everybody like Wembanyama. Right, when you hear these heights, and that's what I'm thinking, y'all out here in these streets, you normal people, you're lying. And that's okay. I don't mind you lying. But when I see Dybantsa, okay, he's 6'8", 6'9".
Well, are you lying?
I don't lie.
Okay.
About that.
Okay. All right. Because I just say a lot of times when someone is accusing other people lying, you got to ask that person.
No, but maybe I do. Yeah. But maybe I do. Because everybody else is too.
Oh, okay.
And then you see Dybantsa and you say, oh, well, he's 6'9". But this guy, my buddy said he's 6'5". I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct. But he looks like a beast, though.
He had an aura about him, and I know a lot of that is you projected on the person. You're like, ooh. But it just, a lot of people were projecting it on him. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
Because when he walked by, just the way everyone was like, looking at him in awe.
Yeah, and, it feels like so far he hasn't had any, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that. Feels like he knows how to play the game. Not play the game, but he
Still
understands.
not shooting well, though. Not shooting the ball well.
Right.
And, three-point shooting, it's going to be a big question when he gets to the next level.
Yes, yeah. I will say he has to shoot it well. We talked to Kristen Peak months ago, and she mentioned the idea of him being a 2. Now, you have to shoot it to be a 2, but his playmaking, I think, will definitely allow him to play, to handle the ball a little bit. I think initially I didn't see the Cooper Flag type, and I don't know why he was a point guard. I think that was a waste of everybody's time to do that all the time. Even LeBron didn't do it all the time. But I did see Dybantsa, and I thought, okay, he actually can, play make a little bit. So you get the shooting right, and he's going to be okay. The dude's a stud.
Darius Acuff. You talking about Darius Acuff or?
Both.
Yeah?
Both. Dybantsa, Acuff. I just think being fine is relatively speaking. I don't know that Darius Acuff is going to run the league, or be Brunson level. I don't know, but I think he's going to be a solid player I think that's his baseline. That's his baseline.
Yeah, been a lot of fun. What do you got going on? What's cooking tonight in Vegas for you?
Oh man, at some point I got to get to downtown Vegas. I always make the pilgrimage to the Golden Nugget, and these guys out here talking about, let's go to the brand new In-N-Out. Why are we going to go to In-N-Out? We have In-N-Out.
That's not a good call. Yeah,
I know it just opened and it's supposed to be cool.
What difference does it make that it's a new one?
I don't know. There's a White Castle. We don't have White Castle in Sacramento.
No,
go to White Castle. I think when I've had it, it's fine. But go to White Castle. Shout out White Castle. I'm trying to go to these places that we don't normally go, but I am going downtown at some point. Maybe not tonight, but at some point.
Downtown the Strip?
No, downtown is Old Vegas.
Oh, okay.
That's where Fremont Street is.
Okay.
That's, things are a little bit less expensive. It's where all the street performers are. So I want to get down there at some point. But we got this home run derby that we probably want to check out too.
Home run derby, and I think we got golf coming up this week, don't we, as well?
That's right. I got to make the tee time.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're back at it tomorrow as the Kings get ready to play another contest tomorrow night I think they're in the big building again.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Thanks for being with us. Want to thank Richie for keeping us on the air. And Jay, thank you. Above all, thank you for being with us. We got a lot more to come from Las Vegas. Thanks to our guest today, Coach Musselman and Kristen Peak. And I forget, he's sitting right there. I forget his name, but he did a crackerjack job for us today.
Brendan?
That's the one.
There you go.
That's the one. More great sports talk to come. Stick around. Drive, guys, and we'll talk to you tomorrow from Vegas. This is Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports. Sactownsports.com is your online home for sports in Sacramento. Dive deep into the Kings, 49ers, Raiders, Giants, Athletics, and more with your favorite local personalities and some of the most trusted sports voices in the community. Stream Sactown Sports 1140. Watch original video content and read in-depth analysis all in one location. Sactownsports.com. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Skeeter here, my card. Field Tech, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District. I never met a Culex terrasalis I didn't want to smack. That's Latin for mosquito. Hey, it's time again to fight the bite. Time to protect yourself from West Nile virus by applying insect repellent. Once a week, drain stagnant water and report dirty green swimming pools. Ew. They're breeding grounds.
The Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you it's time to fight the bite.
My card never gets old.
For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader.
At BetMGM tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Great show so far. Awesome show. And we are right in the thick of the home run derby. We're keeping you posted, keeping you updated on that. Munetaka Murakami, decent showing. I'd say unlikely he's going to make the semifinals. He hit 9 home runs, including a 466-foot bomb. But tough to follow the first 2 acts of the night. Wilson Contreras of the Red Sox hit 13, including a 490-foot home run. And Jordan Walker of the Cardinals hit 13 home runs as well. Jack Caglione of the Royals hit 8, and Murakami, the White Sox rookie sensation, just hit 9. So we're keeping you posted on the home run derby. Schwarber's going to be up next. You still have Ben Rice. You still have Junior Caminero, the reigning finalist, and you still have Bryce Harper, the 2018 champion, in his home ballpark this year in Philadelphia, still to come. If you want to join the show on anything else we've talked about, whether or not it's title or bust for the LA Rams this season, going off of the news over the weekend that Aaron Donald was at the practice facility working out in pads. You add that on to the fact that they went to the NFC title game last year. Stafford, the reigning MVP. They traded for Myles Garrett. They traded for Trent McDuffie. I think they've got the best roster on paper. I think it's hard most years to say that any NFL teams is title or bust. I think it's the case this year at the LA Rams. It is title or bust. 310-840-4910. We also chatted with Chris McPherson, who covers the Eagles for PhiladelphiaEagles.com. Brad and I did our 3-point stance. We talked some baseball. So, again, if you want to get in on the phones, you can call, you can text 310-840-4910. But we're going to do hot or cold here an hour earlier than we normally do. And to be fully honest, to be fully transparent with you, the listener, the viewer, I feel like we've had some fiery debates in hot or cold. We've had some fiery debates. Once we get a little bit later on into the show, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's, the creatures come out at night. So we're going to do hot or cold here to kick off hour number 4. And that means that everybody's favorite Cubs, Bears, Homer, and everybody's favorite producer gets in on the show here. And that is Brandon Combs. Combs, what's going on, brother? How are you enjoying the Derby so far? What do you think of the new format?
I love the new format. I've been clamoring for this new format for a long time because it's more like the old format. It's not exactly the old format, but it's closer to it. And I think it's better for the hitters. I think you're going to see a better show year after year with this. I completely agree with Jeff Passan, who I respect and admire for a lot of his baseball acumen, but he did not sound good with his take today. Ever the ESPN slobberer, if you will, Jeff Passan.
Yeah, I mean, come on. That was just like you could read right through somebody's argument.
Yes.
Now, Passan, who always talks up the game of baseball, and even times when he probably shouldn't, and he kind of tends to be an optimist. Oh, I think this new format's going to stink because the clock was so great. There's going to be too much downtime. I mean, come on. Could you just say what the truth is, and that it's on Netflix, it's not on ESPN, and so you've got to be a company guy, right? Because I agree with you, man. I think the clock made it impossible to enjoy fully as fans. And I know that a lot of people say, well, everybody just has the Josh Hamilton round in their mind as to why this format's better. Getting back to, it's not the 10 outs, but getting rid of the clock. Absolutely not. I mean, trying to watch the Home Run Derby of the last couple